Two huge Gulf South Conference games here on E+ TV6 at the campus of Union University. I'm Logan Whaley, and welcome into the Bulldog Basketball Blast, joined by Union head coach Mark Campbell. And Coach, first off, Happy New Year to you. And your team closed out 2018 with a couple of games against an NAIA opponent in Fisk, and then you traveled to Western Kentucky to play WKU in a huge exhibition game. So first off, your team beat Fisk by over 40 points, but it was a game that honestly, you felt like your team could have played a little better, and then your team competed well at WKU. So what are your thoughts on tonight's matchup? You play a huge opponent in Lee.
Well, I've been coaching against Marty for, 16 years, so it's going to be the same thing. And, we know what's coming. It's just a matter of us being able to defend all the sets they have, and they have a bunch of them, and kind of take away their purpose in all their sets. And can we prepare them and then apply those things to games this early in the season? Obviously, being this first game coming back from Christmas where it's a real opponent with some practices, a lot of times that's a difficult time to play, and they're a tough opponent to play in that particular situation. And
going back to the exhibition at Western Kentucky, your team only trailed by 3 early in the fourth quarter, and Morgan Martin and Kennedy Childers, 2 Division I transfers, had a couple of really good games, and Martin, especially in the post, really played well. How much of an impact will she have today?
Well, I think she's the best post player in our league, so it's just a matter of us getting the ball to her and her being poised. As the season goes on, more people are going to do some things to stop her. And can we have some counters? Can we read and play out of those situations? And again, playing good teams is really a good thing. And no matter what happens, you have a chance to really improve and to be exposed in some ways that make you aware. And I've said for years that being unaware would be the bad thing. Being aware of how you need to get better is really, as coaches, that's what we want.
And taking care of the basketball has got to be a priority. Lee's a team that only allows 51 points a game on the defensive side of the ball, and they force 23 turnovers a game. So guard play has got to be a factor in tonight's game as well.
Sure, and I felt really comfortable with our guards, and we didn't do a good job handling it at Western Kentucky at all. I think that was the difference in the ball game, and we just got to do a better job of it. And so they're going to put us in situations where we have to handle. They're going to pressure a little bit more than a lot of teams in our league. Going to get up in passing lanes a little bit more. And we just got to be able to defend. If we can prevent having turnovers that lead to direct points, that'll help. At Western, that just killed us. I think we had 28 points off turnovers, and in a game where it's mostly a 3, 4, 5 point game the whole game, and then to go through a stretch in 2 minutes where we give them 6 to 8 points in a row off of turnovers, just as it's a hard way as a coach and as a team to lose, because you're causing the problem. And so that's definitely something we need to do a better job of tonight.
And finally, for the defensive side of the ball for your team tonight, you're a team that only allows around 56 points a game, and you're a team that likes to play up tempo, especially with the press and full court, with Jada Perkins, Jada Smith typically pressuring the basketball. It's a style that Lee hasn't seen a lot of this year. So what are some keys for you defensively tonight?
Well, Lee's teams have always been built on dribble penetration, and so this is not going to be any different tonight. They're doing some different things. They run some Princeton actions this year, and so we've got to keep them from being able to turn corners. They do a lot of foot faking and pass faking and shot faking to create lines to get to the rim, and a lot of ball screens. And so our post defense off of ball screens has to be really good tonight. And obviously, if they shoot the ball really well from 3, it spreads us out and makes the driving a little bit more easy. So we have to do a good job of keeping people from getting 3s as well.
All right, Coach. Thank you very much for your time. Good luck tonight.
Thanks.
All right, well, Union faces Lee here in about 30 minutes here on E+ TV6. But before we kick it down to Michael Chapman and I at the desk, we have a West Tennessee This Week news break, so stay tuned.
Want to make your life a little easier? Now you can manage your Jackson Energy Authority account online. View statements, pay your bill, set up reminders, or recurring payments. Spend more time with your family, not your bills. It's easy. Just visit www.jaxenergy.com anytime and sign up. Make your life a little easier with online bill pay from Jackson Energy Authority.
If you watch Steve Beverly's TV classics, you may get a snack.
What do you say we toast some marshmallows, huh?
It's with your host,
Big Steve.
Some people watch even if they don't like the host.
Big Steve notwithstanding.
What do smart viewers think?
Oh, Mr. B, you're just a doozy.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics, Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10 on TV6.
Hello, I'm Logan Whaley. Happy New Year and welcome to a brand new year of West Tennessee this week. As we begin 2019, we're going to look at changes in state laws that are taking effect this week. We'll also project ahead to issues that will be among the keys for Jackson and Madison County as the new year begins. And we'll continue to explore a major question that every parent asks almost every day as we wind up our documentary, Are My Children Safe? First up, new state laws that are now on the books. And here we go with a scoreboard of new state laws for 2019. These are all things passed by last year's legislature. We're going to run them down one by one. Last year, Governor Haslam appropriated more than $30 million for a new program to fight opioid drugs in the state. Part of that includes going after prescription abuse. A new law limits first-time prescription for the painkillers to a 3-day supply for new patients. Exceptions can be made for people facing major surgery, cancer, hospice care, sickle cell and treatment in some licensed facilities. A big problem that's caused the opioid crisis is virtually unlimited refills of the drugs. The governor says in past years, painkillers have been too easy to attain. That's led to a black market of illegal sales. 2 other new laws also attack health issues in Tennessee. The number of suicides in the state went up 24% between 2014 and 2016. A big percentage of that increase is with teens and young adults. In an effort to fight back against people taking their own lives, a new state study panel is being created. One thing it will do is gather information about the causes and factors of suicide in Tennessee. The group will spend the year trying to develop ways to prevent suicide and identify resources to help. State health committees expect to have recommendations by January of 2020. A third new law involving a health issue involves abortion. Tennessee is a state with some of the most conservative abortion laws in the nation. Birth Choice in Jackson has been a counseling center to provide women with pro-life alternatives. The state's new law requires doctors to offer women who elect to have abortions a look at an ultrasound if one has been performed. This is designed to give these women all available information before making a final decision to go through with an abortion. In addition, the law requires data on whether a heartbeat was detected to be provided to the State Department of Health on an annual basis. Feminist groups have criticized the law as applying too much pressure on women who have already decided to abort their babies. 2 years ago, the legislature legalized wine sales in grocery stores, but that was just for Monday through Saturday. Everything changes this weekend. As of Sunday, it's legal for supermarkets to sell wine on the Sabbath. Liquor stores were given special permission to begin selling liquor and wine on Sundays last July. Governor Haslam signed the bill last April. The law also gives convenience stores the right to sell wine on Sunday. The issue of illegal immigration has polarized Democrats and Republicans across the nation. Democrats typically favor open borders. President Trump and many Republicans want to build a wall at the border. In a number of liberal states, sanctuary cities have been declared to house illegal immigrants. California is in the process of becoming a sanctuary state. A new law in effect this week in Tennessee threatens local government with a loss of state economic and community development money if they declare themselves sanctuary cities. Here is some of the specifics of the law. It bans policies that restrict compliance with federal immigration laws. That includes laws that deport people who are arrested for being here illegally or are arrested on other charges while here. When police officers or sheriff's deputies investigate cases, they often confiscate personal property. A new state law will require more specific hearings to those property owners. Law enforcement officers now have to provide formal notices of a forfeiture warrant hearing to property owners. They have to provide that notice within 5 days of those hearings. That is required even if the person was not present when the property was taken. If a judge rules that property was wrongfully seized, it has to be returned to the owner within 5 days. And another new law affects the place where you vote if you cast your ballot at a school. This is to eliminate disruptions in a school day during elections. Beginning in 2019, if a regular November election includes polling places at a public school or charter school, those schools will be closed on that day. Concerns across the state have suggested students are subjected to too many distractions by campaigning and poll activities. The law also gives schools the option on whether to hold classes on any other day when an election is held. A separate law now shortens the amount of time candidates have to qualify to run for office. Starting now, candidates only have 60 days to collect enough signatures on a petition in order to qualify, rather than the previous 90-day limit. And those are just some of the changes in state laws for 2019. Let's look now at some of what's ahead and some of our key issues in Jackson and Madison County. First, Jerry Gist is retiring after 12 years as Jackson mayor. 3 people have qualified to run, but at least 2 others may enter the race. Former State Representative Jimmy Eldridge was the earliest to declare. Eldridge is 71. He says he wants to push for stronger public schools because of their connection to economic development.
I'm full of energy, and I've been blessed with that. People said, "Where do you get the energy?" I said, "The good Lord, you know."
That's right.
He plugs me in every night, you know, just through prayer and supplication and on your knees.
The next to enter the race was former City Councilman Scott Conger. His grandfather was a former mayor of Jackson. He says we need to do more to keep younger people from leaving the city.
But these are our kids. They're our neighborhoods. It's our economic development. And so I'm really excited about Dr. Jones approaching the city, plugging in where it makes sense. And so if you look at what the city's done the past 27 years, before last year, it was like a divorced dad giving a child support check with no visitation, no parental rights.
Then, former school administrator Jerry Woods announced he is a candidate. Woods is expected to have huge support from minorities in the city.
You know, we attend conventions on a regular basis, depending on what group you're in, and actually there are cities that are even Jackson size or a little smaller that are hosting conventions.
So who are some of the others who may jump into the campaign? Well, City Councilwoman Vicki Foote says she is exploring the possibility, though she has not made a firm commitment. Other sources indicate former County Commissioner Mark Johnstone may enter the race as well. Candidates have until February 21st to qualify. The election for mayor is May 7th. As for the city itself, Jackson City Council has voted to join with the county in building 2 new schools. The city's responsibility will be in constructing a new Madison Academic High on the campus of the University of Memphis-Lambeth. That's still not officially a done deal. Developer Hal Crocker and city and county representatives still have to sell the proposal on the grant market in order to obtain tax credits. If they are successful, construction could begin as early as the spring.
It's a competitive process to get your new market tax credit allocation. Being out in the marketplace as early as possible increases our chances of getting fully funded for the project.
The County Commission has already approved spending more than $50 million for a new jail. That's a project that has created differences in the community. Sheriff John Mayer says we have no choice to build a larger facility in order to stop overcrowding. That has drawn the ire of the NAACP.
We can build jails, we can build facilities, but buildings never educated anyone. What we're doing in this city, in this county, is leaving our kids under the bus.
As for the school district, Superintendent Eric Jones is extremely pleased with the decision to build 2 new schools. He also is hoping that turbulence with some board members will calm down in the new year. Jones received a near unanimous vote in support of his 10-year academic and capital plan. But he said the board and he need to be on the same page in the coming year in order to gain the public's confidence for needed projects.
I consider myself to be a man of integrity, and I'll leave it at that. But I don't want to get into a back and forth with that, but it's unfortunate that those comments were even made. And I understand people get upset, and it's part of life, but I know the type of man that I am and what I stand for.
West Tennessee Today News Director Steve Beverly joins us for a couple of minutes. Now, Steve, let's go ahead and jump right into it. What are your thoughts on the mayoral election with a month and a half to go?
Well, I think the thing that is critical is, will it be a 3-person race, 4 or 5? What many people don't realize is that in the mayor's race, the way the city charter is set up, is that you have to have 50% plus 1 vote in order to win. If not, then you have a 6-week runoff campaign. It's a long time and an expensive time for a runoff. The other thing that you got to look at, it's estimated that to get elected mayor of Jackson, it costs probably between $250,000 and $300,000 by the time you take care of the advertising, all of the other promotion. So the bottom line to it, it's the most expensive race in this area to try to win.
Now jumping to another issue in our local area, the NAACP is threatening legal action over the decision to spend money on building new schools rather than new programs for education. How could that potentially affect the 2 new schools that are being built?
The biggest thing I think that people should look for in that case is if they were successful, it would be that they would get injunctive relief. What that means is they get an injunction to stop that project or those projects until a hearing could be held on that. It's a very iffy proposition whether that could be successful, but I would not be surprised to see them go forward with it.
And finally, more than a year ago, the city was exploring the feasibility of a new coliseum, and a city councilman is pushing the idea of a new library. Now, what's the likelihood we'll see either of those take shape in the new year?
Probably not. You're going to have to wait on a new administration for that. We did have a One Jackson study, and that's what it was called, to look at civic improvements around our community. Some of them have happened, but as far as a coliseum, which is a hugely expensive project, and then talking about a new library on top of that, it really is going to be whether a new mayor in this community looks on those as priority projects. Cost is the huge factor where all of that is concerned.
As always, thank you for your insights,
You
Steve.
bet.
Coming up, are your children safe? We'll continue the documentary on the issue of school safety next on West Tennessee This Week.
The great strength of Union University is not simply its ability to prepare you for a career. It's the ability to shape your whole life.
My desire is to go and to do my Father's will wherever He sends me.
When I first came to Union, it was already like March or April of my senior year, and I hadn't decided where I wanted to go. I was looking at big Christian schools, small Christian schools, even state schools. I didn't want a Christian school that would just hide me away from the world and like just teach me to live within a Christian environment that hasn't shielded me from secular beliefs or opinions or ideas, but it's taught me how to think about it through Christian lenses. There's so many things I love about Union. One of them is definitely the professors. They have all taken such a personal interest in my growth, and they have all been very, very dedicated to helping me grow both as a Christian and as a student. If I had to sum it up in one word, I would definitely say opportunity. It's given me so many chances to be a leader in different clubs and organizations. It's given me the chance to expand professionally, to build my portfolio. It's given me a chance to pursue my own interests and passions, and it's just been an extremely encouraging and empowering environment.
Welcome into the campus of Union University. I'm Logan Whaley, joined by Michael Chapman, a new face to you viewers. He is the sports guy for Cardinal and Cream. He does a wonderful job, also hosts a podcast called Layup Lines. He's here to be the color man for tonight. Union hosts Lee in a huge Gulf South Conference matchup. And let's go ahead and jump right into it. The Lady Flames of Lee come in with a 9-3 record, 3-1 in conference play. A very good defensive team, only allowing 51 points a game and forcing 23 turnovers a game. This is a very experienced team that, Chap, although they lose a ton from last year, they still return some very key players.
Oh, absolutely, Logan. And I think the play of some of those players they return, like Abby Bertram and Lindsay Roddy, are going to be huge in this game and determining if Lee can pull up this upset on the road.
And let's go ahead and break down some of Lee's players. And some of you may be familiar with these names. Lindsay Roddy, the junior guard, she is going to be a key player to watch. Abby Bertram, of course, the athletic guard. But really, the big question mark for Lee is in their post play. Of course, graduated Carrie Cheeks last year and Shelby Brown as well, both 1,000-point scorers. What does Lee need to do in the post to kind of counteract Morgan Martin, because you know she's going to make an impact for Union today?
Well, I think they just need to compete. If Abby Wydinski can compete with Morgan Martin, the starting center, in the post, I think that Lee has a real chance to win this game. And she doesn't have to win that matchup necessarily, but if she can just slow Martin down and deflect balls and just work hard on offense, I think Lee has a real chance.
And going now to the guard play, this is where Lee has probably the most experience, but they do start a freshman point guard in Haley Schubert, the 3-time Gulf South Conference Freshman of the Week from Knoxville, Tennessee, a place that just churns out good women's basketball players. Schubert is somebody that the Lady Bulldogs have not seen, so how difficult will it be for the Lady Bulldogs to stop the freshman point guard?
Well, the biggest thing for Schubert is going to be stopping her on the defensive end, because she's one of the tops in the Gulf Conference in steals this year, averaging 3 a game. And I just think stopping Schubert and stopping Bertram as far as the guards on the other end of the court, just limit the passing lanes and don't let them get assists, because Schubert also leads this team in assists at 2.5 a game.
Let's go ahead and run down the starting lineup for the Lee Lady Flames. They are coached by Marty Rowe in his 15th season, 381 wins, 98 losses. That is nearly 80% on the winning percentage. They are going to send out Lindsey Roddy, the junior guard, 5'7", out of Maryville, Tennessee. At the other guard will be Abby Bertram, the junior guard out of Kingston, Tennessee, leading this Lady Flame team in scoring at 13.5 points per game. And then you've got Tori Lentz, the senior, with a great story, often injured. She had heart surgery during her freshman season and also had a stress fracture in her hip after the Gulf South Conference quarterfinal against Union a couple years ago. She's back and healthy and in the starting lineup, a very good defensive player for this Lady Flame team. Then you have Nikki Wydensky, the junior forward out of Oak Creek, Wisconsin, averaging 6 points and 3 rebounds for this Lady Flame team. And the aforementioned Haley Schubert, the 5'6" freshman guard out of Knoxville, averaging 12 points a game and leading this team at around 2.5 assists per game. And as you mentioned, Michael, tied with Jada Perkins for the most steals in the Gulf South Conference with 36. So we mentioned Jada Perkins. Let's go ahead and shift gears and talk about the Lady Bulldogs and what they need to do. Of course, coming off of a tough game at Western Kentucky University in Bowling Green, as you get a look at their starting lineup right there, they got the 1-2 punch of Jada Perkins and Jada Smith. The senior guard out of Jackson is Perkins. The junior guard out of Hoover, Alabama is Smith. Then you've got Kennedy Childers, the junior guard out of Johnston, Iowa, and the transfer out of North Dakota State University. Then you've got the senior guard Tiffany Reaches from Martin, Tennessee, averaging 10 points a game for the Lady Bulldogs. And you have Morgan Martin, the senior forward and transfer out of Eastern Illinois University and East Tennessee State University, leading the team in points per game, rebounds per game, field goal percentage, and blocks. Martin doing it all for the Lady Bulldogs.
Absolutely.
So what are some keys for the Lady Bulldogs to secure a victory tonight against the Lady Flames?
Well, I think the biggest thing is just limiting turnovers. Like you said, Logan, the Lady Flames lead the Gulf South in turnovers at 23 a game on the defensive end. And if Union could just hold on to the ball and play good, solid, fundamental defense, I think that Union comes out with the win tonight.
And finally, who are some players to watch for both sides? I know we've talked about Morgan Martin. We've talked about Jada Perkins. Who are the key players to watch?
I think that Kennedy Childers is going to be a key player in this matchup. And if she can get off a couple of threes and hit a couple of threes in this game, I think that will open up the inside for people like Morgan Martin.
Childers had 18 points at Western Kentucky University, including 5 threes. How about for Lee? Who are some players to watch on their end?
Like I said, I think Nikki Wydensky is going to be the key player in this game, and whether she can slow down or stop Morgan Martin on defense.
There you have it. There's the preview for Union and Lee. Let's go ahead and send it down to Josh Simmons for the preliminaries.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Union's friendly gymnasium at Indian Livestock Court for tonight's competition between the Lee University Flames and your Union University Lady Bulldogs. This time, we ask that you will stand for our invocation. Our brother Jerry Walker, one of the ministers from Eaglewood Baptist Church here in Jackson, and remain standing for our national anthem by the West Tennessee Ministers of Music.
Let's bow together. Gracious Father, thank you for this day. Thank you for the blessings that you give to us. Thank you for Jesus being our Lord and our Savior and our good shepherd who watches over and cares for us. Thank you for bringing Lee here safely tonight, Father. We always look forward to the competition. And these two schools represent not only great players and coaches and people who work with the team, but they represent great character because they represent you. Bless them tonight and help them all to play to the very best. In Christ's name I pray. Amen.
At the First ball to the visitors on the scoreboard, the Flames of Lee University head coach Marty Rowe. Starting at guard, 5'7" junior out of Berryville, Tennessee, number 00, Lindsey Ryan. Starting at guard, 5'9" junior from Kingston, Tennessee, number 11, Abby Bertram. Starting at 4, the 5'10" senior from Powell, Tennessee, number 13, Tori Lentz. Starting at 4, the 6'2" junior from Oak Creek, Wisconsin, number 25, Edie Walensky. Starting at guard, the 5'6" freshman from Knoxville, Tennessee, number 33, Haley Schubert. And now, for your Union University Lady Bulldogs, head coach Mark Campbell, and his 20th season assistant coach Sarah Henry. Starting at guard, 5'5" senior from Whitehair, Jackson, number 1, Jacob Perkins. Starting at guard, 5'9" junior from Hood, Alabama, number 2, Jada Smith. Starting at guard, 5'9" junior from Justin, Iowa, number 3, Kennedy Childers. Starting at guard, 5'9" senior from Barton, Tennessee, number 21, Tiffany Richards. And starting at 4, 6'2", Richard from Pettigrew, Iowa, number 22, Morgan Martin.
Wonderful job by the West Tennessee Ministers of Music. Of course, David Whaley in that group. He is my grandfather, always proud of him. And the Lady Bulldogs and Lady Flames about to tip off here. Union coached by Mark Campbell, and a bit of a milestone watch here, as if Coach Campbell wins today, that'll be win number 599, meaning our next broadcast Saturday will possibly have Coach Campbell's 600th win. Of course, that is depending on the results of today's game and Saturday's game, but if he does reach 600 wins within his next 15 games, he will be the quickest basketball coach of all time to reach 600 wins, and that is an unreal stat to think about.
Just incredible, Logan.
Wydinski and Martin going to battle for the tip here, and it's basketball time in West Tennessee as the Lady Bulldogs of Union corral the tip-off. Union 12-0, 4-0 in Gulf South Conference play. They are the number 1 team in Division II. Working it around the perimeter is Childers. She'll kick it back to Perkins. Perkins guarded by Lentz. That's an interesting matchup. 5'5" against 5'10". Inside to Martin. Spins left, and she traveled. That was good help defense by the Lady Flames. And early on, Michael, we have the first turnover, and Lee, the top defensive team in the Gulf South Conference.
Yep. Again, you have to limit the turnovers against this team. I know it's difficult. They press you and they double team you, but you can't have turnovers against this team.
And early on, you see how much Lee values Morgan Martin, already going to the double team against her, looking to limit her offensively. The Lady Flames on the other end. This is Roddy kicking it inside to Lentz. Lentz against Childers. Blocked by Childers. Now here comes Union the other way. This is where the Lady Bulldogs thrive in transition as Childers loses the handle going up, and it'll be the Lady Flames ball going the other way.
I thought Childers might have been fouled there, Logan.
Yeah, possibly. There was a little bit of contact, but no call. Going up is Roddy, and they're going to wave off the basket and say it's a charge. That will be Roddy's first, team's first of the ball game.
Makeup call?
Possibly. Definitely did lean in with the shoulder there. So I believe it was the right call. Perkins with it. Now guarded by Schubert. Martin really working for it down low. They do get it inside to her. Perkins on the cut. Loses the handle, but they'll say it was last touched by Lee.
It was an excellent pass out of the post right there by Morgan Martin.
But Perkins unable to capitalize on it, and again, good defense by the Lady Flames knocking it loose. Lady Bulldogs are not going to have plenty of easy buckets here tonight. Perkins on the drive, goes up, high off the glass, can't finish. Offensive rebound, kick out to Childers. The moon ball three is good, and the Lady Bulldogs are on the board. Kennedy Childers, one of the high arching shots coming off of an 18-point performance at Western Kentucky. Transfer out of North Dakota State. stringing together some pretty decent outings.
Oh, yeah. Childers has been playing very well. That's Martin with the rebound.
On the other side, Lentz can't get it to go. Now here's Union. Perkins on the drive, and they're going to get a foul call. I believe they're going to get Schubert with the hand check. That'll be her first.
And that's what Jada Perkins needs to do here. She needs to be aggressive in this game and attack the basket.
Perkins this season shooting 52% from the field. And pretty much almost always is the last option, so to speak, late in the shot clock. They like to set the pick and roll for Perkins. She misses it there, and it'll be out of bounds. Possession will stay with the Lady Bulldogs. Now Perkins already with 3 shots in this game. We've only played 2 minutes.
Yeah, coming off of the performance against WKU when she was sick and had to go back to the locker room a couple of times, but still put up 12 points.
Martin, a lot of contact there, no call. By the way, here's Roddy, it's 1-on-3. She'll go up, foul called on Childers, as Childers with her hands up, wondering what she did wrong, but either way, it's going to be Roddy to the free throw line to shoot 2.
Childers was absolutely not a fan of that call, Logan.
Looked like, from our perspective, she might have gotten all ball there. Early on, fouls are 2-1, as Roddy can't connect on the first. Lee looking for their first points of the game here. One for 2 at the line is Roddy. And it'll be Union ball the other way. Roddy, those were only her 25th and 26th attempts at the line. She's a 79% shooter. Smith on the drive. Nice dish inside to Martin, and she'll finish off the glass.
What a pass by Jada Smith.
People talk about the passing ability of Jada Perkins. A lot of people don't talk about the passing ability of Jada Smith. She is averaging 5 assists a game, top 50 in Division II in that stat.
She has developed so much in that area of her game since last season, Logan.
And Martin with a nice swat on Wydinsky. Martin, one of the leaders in the Gulf South in blocks. Childers from the right elbow, connects. Union on a 7-1 run to start the game, and now some man pressure from the Lady Bulldogs. Some nice ball movement here by the Lady Flames, tipped and stolen. And they'll get Childers with a second foul.
She pushed off trying to get the loose ball, Logan.
That's a big second foul, as Childers will go to the bench with 2 fouls and 5 points. Avery Carpenter, the sophomore, will check in for the Lady Bulldogs. Carpenter had a nice performance at Western Kentucky coming off the bench with 7 points. And I believe she also added, yeah, she did. She added 3 rebounds. Really played aggressive against the Lady Hilltoppers.
Yeah, and that's what Carpenter needs to do. She hasn't been getting the minutes maybe some people thought she would this year, but if she can continue to be aggressive and just go after loose balls and things like that, she'll earn more minutes on this team.
Bertram with her first 2 points of the game after the free throw line jumper connects.
And an excellent screen there to set up the jump shot.
Abby Bertram, the 5'9" junior guard out of Kingston, Tennessee. She averaged 12 points per game as a freshman, and last year only averaged 9 points, but she still made a difference down the stretch, as Martin with the wild miss there. Bertram in the NCAA South Region tournament pretty much was one of the main players off the bench as she nails a 3, and it's a 1-point game, 7-6.
Bertram with 2 straight buckets there.
Now Lady Bulldogs the other way. Setting up a play here. They're going to get a screen from Martin. Kick out to Carpenter, left corner 3, long. Bertram with the rebound. Now here's Lee the other way. Lee, a team that prefers to play the half-court set. They're not really an up-tempo, fast-paced team like Union is. Deep 3 from Wydinsky, and she drills it.
That's her first 3 that she's made this year, Logan. She was 0 for 1 before that.
Anytime Union and Lee matches up, you can pretty much throw stats out of the window, because there will be many stats this game that do not make sense.
Absolutely, Logan.
Lee,
sure Mark Campbell didn't have that on the scouting report.
Oh, I doubt it. I doubt it. Of course, played off of her, not really expecting her to shoot. She did. Lee now on an 8-0 run. Perkins with a nice penetration and finish. Now quickly the other way. Here come the Lady Flames. Roddy on the drive. No good. Reaches with a nice defense there. Now Smith on the drive. She has the advantage over Schubert. She'll connect plus the foul. And she'll shoot one more after the media timeout. It's 9-all here at the Fred DeLay Gym. Back in fourth game between the Lady Flames. Excuse me, 11-9 now the score. But a back and forth game between the Lady Flames and the Lady Bulldogs. Smith will shoot one after this break.
My name is Ray Wilkins. I'm a 1995 Union grad, and I'm currently at Lebanon Baptist Church in Frisco, Texas, as the senior pastor. Union had a major impact on my life. I was a new convert at the time, and so Union provided me with a Christian environment where I could be discipled, where I could grow and nurture my faith. And then because I was a Christian studies major, the faculty at the time, Dr. George Guthrie, Dr. Paul Jackson, Dr. Kelvin Moore, were critical in teaching me how to understand and how to exegete the scriptures and how to apply it to my life. And that's my Union story.
Back here at the Fred DeLay Gym, Logan Whaley and Michael Chapman bringing you the call. Union with the 11-9 lead over the Lady Flames, but Lee with a nice run there, 8-0 run, led by a couple of big shots from Abby Bertram and Nikki Wydinski, but Jada Smith now going to the line to shoot one more. What have you noticed early on in this game?
Well, I think that Union is playing very, very well on the defensive side of the ball, but obviously some weird things have happened with the Wydinski three-pointer, and like you said, Logan, stats go completely out of the window whenever these two teams meet up. And that was an excellent move by Jada Smith to get the and one there.
Yeah, notice the mismatch against Schubert. That's 5'10", driving in against 5'6". Typically 5'10" is going to win that most of the time.
Absolutely.
But Smith is a type of player that really gets her game going off of the dribble drive. She can create her own shot better than most in the Gulf South Conference.
Absolutely.
The and one from Smith off front iron, and it will be Lee the other way, trailing by 2.
Rare miss from Jada Smith at the free throw line.
Yeah, she's leading the team, an 85% free throw shooter. This is Kayla Tilley in the game for the Lady Flames, as well as Becca Cheeks, and it's a turnover, Lady Bulldog ball. Becca Cheeks, the transfer out of Reinhardt from Ranger, Georgia, and Lee fans may recognize the last name of Cheeks. That's because she is Carrie Cheeks' sister. Carrie Cheeks, a 1,000-point scorer at Lee, played a huge role on last year's team, hoping Becca can provide the same output.
Anyone who's a fan of Gulf South Conference basketball might recognize that last name, Logan.
Very true. Nice drive and finish by Avery Carpenter. And the Lady Bulldogs have pushed the lead back up to 4. Deja Graves against Becca Cheeks. That's the early matchup to watch. Graves, the freshman out of Martin, Tennessee, the very storied and successful Westview program. And Cheeks working her way around Graves and finishing off the backboard. Now that's probably the one thing that Coach Campbell would like to see improved out of Deja Graves. Not the quickest on her feet.
Yeah.
Becca Cheeks able to utilize that matchup and get the finesse finish.
Yeah, absolutely.
Smith against Tilley, driving left. Nice hesitation and finish by Jada Smith. Give her 4.
So good off of the dribble drive is Jada Smith.
15-11 the score here at the Fred. Under 3 minutes to go here in the first quarter of action. Almost a jump ball there. 3 by Tilley. Got it.
That's what Lee needs to do in this game. They've got to hit their threes. They have not shot extremely well from the three-point line this year. Only about 32%. But if they can hit threes in this game, they've got a chance.
Tilley, the transfer out of Shorter, fellow Gulf South Conference school, averaged 8 points per game in her Shorter career. Now coming off the bench here, playing well for Lee this season. Carpenter with a pull-up, short, off right iron, able to get her own rebound and will turn it over.
I'm sure Shorter wishes they still had her. They have not been successful this season, men's or women's teams.
Off back iron, no good. And to your point, Shorter only 1-10 on the season, 0-4 in Gulf South Conference play. Just bad couple of seasons as Perkins will launch and miss wildly from 3.
This Lee team absolutely blew Shorter out earlier in the year. Blew them out, I believe 84-37 was the final in that game.
That it was. It was a dominant performance by the Lady Flames, a team that, again, only allows, I should say, 51 points a game. Good defensively, also good at defending the three, as Jada Smith unable to finish, but we'll see if they'll call it a shooting foul. They will. Smith will go to the line to shoot two.
Union's been very good in transition, and that's run through Jada Smith so far in this game.
Lee also very good at defending the three, 28% they've allowed from downtown. Smith now 0 for 2 from the charity stripe. It's uncharacteristic of the junior, as Emily Beard and Morgan Martin will check back in. Beard in for the first time.
Very strange to see Jada Smith miss 2 straight.
Now
That's
3 straight.
Wow.
So Smith off from the free throw line, now 0 of 3. 1 point game, a minute and a half to go here in the first quarter. Around the perimeter, Tilly thought about it. Now she'll take the three, and it's off. Lady Flames were threatening to take their their second lead of the game. They did lead earlier 9-7. Perkins driving left, the floater, short, able to get her own rebound.
That's 2 offensive rebounds for Jada Perkins.
And that's an underrated aspect of Perkins' game as well. A very good rebounder despite her 5'5" frame.
Absolutely. She'd be a threat for a triple-double if they played 48 minutes, Logan.
Very true. Very true. 10 to shoot. Martin with the high ball screen. Smith will take the contested jumper, can't get it. Probably had Martin on the roll, but it'll be Union ball again. This Lee team, there's one downside. Well, typically Lee is a very good rebounding team. They average around 38 boards a game, around 13.5 offensive rebounds a game too. They only allow 9 offensive rebounds a game on the defensive side too, so kind of rare to see Union get so many looks in one trip.
Yeah. I've loved the fight I've seen from Union, Logan, going after loose balls, whether that's on rebounds or whether that's when somebody loses the ball. Union is fighting in this game.
Union had a chance to go 2 for 1, but instead that opportunity will pass as Martin down low, and it's going to be a charge, and that is an easy call to make as Martin will pick up foul number 1. Now Lee will have the ball for the last shot here, 27 seconds to go, chance to take the lead heading into the second quarter.
And that's the effect Nikki Wydinski has on this Union team, Logan, is she can take Martin away from the post every now and then.
As she did there, Martin with 2 points on 1 of 3 shooting. She's had to work for pretty much every touch she gets as well. She's turned the ball over twice. 2 charge calls there. Nice cut by Tilly, and it's going to be a foul plus the basket. And that will be 2 fouls on Morgan Martin. Good fake by Tilly, getting Martin off of her feet.
Excellent penetration there.
Jenna Scoggins will check in for the Lady Flames for this final possession. Tilly, 7 of 14 from the foul line this year. Can't connect on the end one. They got to go. 2 seconds. Smith from half court, short. And at the end of the first quarter, a back and forth affair here at the Fred DeLay Gym, but it's the Lady Flames with a 16-15 lead over the number 1 Lady Bulldogs. We'll have the second quarter for you on E+ TV6 after this.
Want to make your life a little easier? Now you can manage your Jackson Energy Authority account online. View statements, pay your bill, set up reminders, or recurring payments. Spend more time with your family, not your bills. It's easy. Just visit www.jaxenergy.com anytime and sign up. Make your life a little easier with online bill pay from Jackson Energy Authority.
Back here at the Fred DeLay Gym, you see a very animated Mark Campbell coaching his Lady Bulldogs there in the huddle. A back and forth first quarter. Lee with the 16-15 lead over the Lady Bulldogs. And Michael, it felt like early on that Union was ready to blow this game wide open, but Lee able to settle into their offense, and really Lee is dictating the tempo of this game right now.
Absolutely, you're right, Logan. And like you said, Union went off on that 7-1 run to start the game, but Bertram hit a couple of jumpers there, and Lee has just felt like they've been the aggressors so far in this game. If Union can just attack the basket and be more aggressive, I think that Union will get back on track here.
Lee shooting 3 of 4 from 3 early on. And again, Tilly and Bertram playing extremely well, 5 points each. Good defense there by Martin, forcing the turnover. And it'll be Union ball, but the clock never started on that possession.
Still says 9:57 left in the second quarter. I know that took more than 3 seconds.
I tell you, that was the longest 3-second possession I think I've ever seen.
They're not going to fix the clock.
Either way, it'll be Union basketball here, trailing by 1. Emily Beard in the game for the Bulldogs. Reaches back in as well. A very offensive-minded lineup here. There will be a foul on Wydensky, as you hear Coach Campbell telling Jada Smith to give her the basketball, referring to Morgan Martin.
Morgan had an opening there, Logan. She was one-on-one, and you always bet on Morgan Martin one-on-one in the post.
Absolutely. Martin with 15 points at Western Kentucky her last game, and honestly felt right at home in Division I. She is a D1 transfer from ETSU in Eastern Illinois, but was able to use her finesse, as there's a nice block by the Lady Flames against Tiffany Reaches. That was Taylor Bogus, who has checked into the game for the first time. Martin with a spin move off back iron. And again, you can see the good defensive team that Lee is. And there's a foul there on Jada Smith as she knocks down Tori Lentz, the senior.
Wow. Both teams fighting for possessions, Logan.
A hard-fought beginning to this game for sure. As I mentioned in the pregame, Tori Lentz, majority of the people on the team call her Granny. She had a stress fracture in her hip a couple years ago, as here's a wide open 3 from Bogus. No good, off back iron. Had a stress fracture in her hip and was on a walker for a really long time, but it's good to see her healthy and playing solid basketball. Emily Beard wide open from 3, and that is cash money every time.
Absolutely. If Union can get out in transition and get open looks from the three-point line and in the paint.
Beard, one of the premier shooters in the Gulf South Conference, shooting 47% from downtown this season.
She's been stellar from the three-point line.
And deflected the ball off of Wydensky there. Good defense by Beard. And Beard, her last game, only played 5 minutes at Western Kentucky, and Coach Campbell was frustrated with her performance and really just challenging her to be better. And so far, so good for the sophomore.
Absolutely.
The 1-2 punch of Beard and Reaches, that it has so much potential, is Martin with a 3 off right iron.
I believe that was Martin's first three-point attempt this season, Logan.
Sure was, and Coach Campbell has talked about in the past that there is video out there of Morgan Martin shooting the 3, and for the most part, she's been able to hit them, but that's just not her game. As in transition,
she shoots them before every game in warm-ups, but haven't seen them pull them out in a game so far.
Definitely a forced 3, but a good job there to run in transition. Martin with the athletic finish, and the Lady Bulldogs back up by 4. Nice defense there from Reaches, probably a missed kick ball violation, but it'll be Lady Bulldog ball the other way after the turnover. Smith going 1-on-3, and they'll say she carried it.
Yeah, just kept the ball in her right hand for about a half second too long there, Logan. They'll call that every time.
Carpenter and Graves checking in for Martin and Smith. And Smith with second turnover there. Excuse me, that's her first turnover, but 0 of 3 from the foul line. And a foul and a turnover. Definitely not the start you want to see out of Smith.
She's been aggressive in this game, Logan, but again, just hasn't hit her free throws, and that turnover was not the smartest move we've seen by her this season.
Backdoor cut and a smooth jumper by Abby Bertram. Give her 7. Graves inside, up not to go for the mismatch there. They're doubling her with Roddy. Graves with a jumper, good.
Excellent possession there by Union. feeding Graves inside, and like you said, there was a mismatch down low. Becca Cheeks down low, obviously 6'2", but not quite able to stop Deja Graves in the post there.
Yeah, Graves at 6'4" as Cheeks answers right back with a right elbow jumper of her own. It's the power of Graves against, well, even though she is 6'2", you got to be able to, you know, being undersized, use the finesse.
Absolutely.
And turnover. It'll be lead ball, and for Union, only the 5th turnover. Honestly, kind of feels like it's a lot more.
Yeah, it does.
2-point game. It'll be lead ball here with 6.5 to go here in the first half. Bertram with it. She'll run the point for the Lady Flames. Tilly on the dribble drive, and she'll finish over Graves.
Excellent screen and then excellent move by Tilly just to get inside and get a bucket.
All knotted up at 22 here at the Fred DeLay Gym. Top of the key, it's Carpenter. Man-to-man look here for the Lady Flames. Deja trying to get the ball down low. Beard will take the deep 3. And it right into the hands of Becca Cheeks.
Union looked confused on a lot of that possession there, Logan. Avery Carpenter and Jada Smith not necessarily understanding each other at the beginning, and then couldn't get it to Deja Graves down low.
And the Lady Flames are taking advantage of Graves down low, able to use the ball screen, and whether it's a fadeaway jumper or finishing around Graves, they've been able to use that game plan to success. Lady Bulldogs working it around the perimeter. Tough pass by Smith, and it's a turnover.
That was an ill-advised pass by Smith there, Logan.
Tried the cross-court pass, just not enough mustard on it to get it across. Lady Flames with it now. Pick and pop, Cheeks for 3. No good, it rims out. But on the offensive rebound, it will be a turnover as Cheeks, they'll say that she took one too many steps, and it'll be Lady Bulldog ball.
Indeed. Cheeks took 3 steps there and didn't take one dribble. She would have just dribbled the ball, she would have had the basket, no one around her.
Mass substitution here for the Lady Bulldogs. It will be Childers, Perkins, and I believe Martin checking back in for the Lady Bulldogs. You got Perkins, Reaches, Beard, Childers, and Martin, the 5 out there for the Lady Bulldogs, and barely got that pass through to Childers, and she'll lay it off the backboard good. Lee kind of caught off guard there. If they were paying attention, that could have been an easy steal.
Yeah, 10-point pass though, right between the defenders. I don't know how that got through.
Cheeks thought about it, but a good job there, good fake, able to get Martin off balance, and Cheeks with a nice dribble drive there.
The pace of this game starting to pick up, Logan. It was a very slow-paced game in the first quarter, but both teams getting off quicker shots now.
Right now it's in favor of Lee. They hold the 2-point advantage, have a media timeout next dead ball. Childers with some space, and I think she shot it before she looked. It was well off to the left, and it will be Lee ball. Union now 2 of 10 from downtown. They were 10 of 20 last game against Western Kentucky.
It's a couple of threes now where Union hasn't even managed to hit the rim in the last couple of minutes. One by Beard in the corner.
Roddy tried a deep 3, couldn't hit. Here's Reaches from downtown, missing. That was Reaches' first look of the game and was unable, her second look of the game, was unable to convert.
Reaches usually money from 3, especially in transition.
And Tiffany is the type of player where if she hits her first 3 of the game, look out.
Absolutely.
Cheeks from downtown, rims out. Martin with a rebound. And now Union looking to slow it down. Perkins with it, guarded by Bertram.
Fast, go!
And you hear Coach Campbell wanting to pick up the pace. Union not necessarily doing that. Martin, tough shot, off back iron. And again, Union now just forcing things on the offensive end, and Coach Campbell on the sideline is trying to keep his composure.
Yeah, it's easy to fall into that trap against the Lady Flames, Logan. They force so many turnovers, it's hard to actually get the ball inside and get good shots off because you don't want to make stupid passes.
And Coach Campbell will take a timeout after the Lee miss. 2-point game here at the Fred, 26-24 in favor of Lee.
If you watch Steve Beverly's TV classics, you may get a snack.
What do you say we toast some marshmallows, huh?
It's with your host,
Big Steve.
Some people watch even if they don't like the host.
Big Steve notwithstanding.
What do smart viewers think?
Oh, Mr. B, you're just a doozy.
Steve Beverly's TV classics, Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10 on TV6.
Back here at the Fred DeLay Gym, Lee with the 26-24 edge over the Lady Bulldogs. And Michael, the guard play has been spectacular for the Lady Flames, but also Becca Cheeks showing really her versatility as well, coming off the bench and shooting some threes, able to go on the dribble drive as well. It's kind of rare to find that out of a 6'2 forward.
Yeah, absolutely, Logan. She has had an excellent game. Her and Abby Bertram are what have Lee right now with the 2-point advantage, and obviously some excellent play from Linson Wadinsky on the other end.
It'll be Lady Bulldog ball with 2:53 to go here in the first half of play. And really for Union, Kennedy Childers with 7 points, but that's about it. Some balanced scoring, though. Pretty much everyone that has played has scored with the exception of Tiffany Reaches.
And Tiffany is a streaky player, like you said, Logan. If she hits her first three, you have to look out. But if she doesn't get on a rhythm, she'll go games where she doesn't score the ball.
And we'll see if that was tipped. It wasn't. It's a backcourt violation, and it will be Lee ball. You can tell Lee's defense just frustrating the Lady Bulldogs right now.
Absolutely.
But Union looks out of their element.
Yeah.
Truthfully.
Lee is making even the easy passes difficult right now, Logan. And
they are.
When you can't get those passes through, it makes it hard to trust yourself to get the difficult passes that will lead to scores through on this defense.
We previewed before the game how Lee probably hasn't faced a style like Union this season, but truthfully, it looks like the Lady Bulldogs haven't seen a style like Lee.
Yeah.
Which they're not doing anything super special. I mean, they're playing man defense, but they are doubling the post.
Yeah. They're doing ordinary things, Logan, but they're doing them extraordinarily well.
Absolutely. Carpenter, top of the key. She'll take Woodford off the drive, and it's going to be Lee ball. That was, again, good defense there by the Lady Flames.
Yeah, Avery Carpenter had no chance on that shot, and I'm sure Coach Campbell did not like that shot either.
Now Lee will set things up with 16 to shoot. Perkins on Bertram. And now open for three is Bogus. That's deep, and she drains it. Lee with their largest lead at 5. They're up 29-24. Perkins with it. Backdoor cut by Perkins. No call. And it'll be Woodford with a rebound.
That's two really nice passes out of the high post by Martin in this game.
Just unable to finish through contact there is Perkins. Kind of lost the handle on it as she went up. Could have been a foul call there, but no call.
They're letting him play for the most part.
Looked like a travel there from Wydinski, but she misses the shot with her own rebound. Can't get it. She'll get a second offensive rebound. And they'll say that Perkins bumped her out of bounds. And that will be her first.
And Wydinski is frustrated with herself for not hitting either of those shots. Both of them very, very makeable shots.
And Wydinski, the best shooter on this team at 62%.
Yeah.
Unable to finish.
Her and Morgan Martin both shooting 62.3% this season.
How's that for a stat? Nice dish to Wydinski. Unable to finish there as well, but Union unable to grab the rebound. Good job there by Woodford. She'll launch a three off front iron, gets her own rebound, and that's why they tell you to follow your shot.
Oh my goodness. That's, I believe, 4 offensive rebounds on that one possession, Logan.
Yeah, Lee playing extremely well right now. We'll see how the Lady Bulldogs respond. They can hold for one if they need to. 4-second differential between the shot clock and the game clock. Bertram guarding Perkins. They switch. Good defense there. Carpenter right corner. She'll launch the three. I think Carpenter was surprised at how open she was. She misses long, and now Lee with the last possession here. Perkins playing aggressive defense. Driving is Wydinski, and she'll be hacked by Martin as the buzzer sounds are going to put some time back on, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Wydensky will go to the line to shoot 2.
I think there will be about a second and a half or so on the clock here, Logan. An excellent penetration there by Wydensky to get the foul call.
Wydensky will go to the line to shoot 2. She is on the season 16 of 26, 62% from the foul line.
Yeah, shooting better from the field than she is from the line, Logan.
Around the same.
Yeah, about a percentage point difference or so.
Yeah.
That might actually be different now that she missed those last 3 shots, but.
First free throw is good. Coach Campbell is none too pleased right now for the Lady Bulldogs.
Not at all. It's very rare to see the Bulldogs going into halftime down by 8 or 9 points, Logan.
I believe this is the lowest they've ever scored in a half. Well, not ever, but the lowest they've scored in a half this season at least. But at the end of the first half, Lee leads Union 32-24, an awe-inspiring defensive performance by the Lady Flames so far. Let's go ahead and run down some early stats. Abby Bertram leading all scorers with 9 points, Kayla Tilley with 7. And the Lady Flames are shooting 42% from the field, 40% from 3, 40% from the foul line. They're out-rebounding the Lady Bulldogs 21-19. Union and Lee both with 7 turnovers. Union only shooting 36% from the field, 2 of 12 from 3 for 17%, and 0 of 3 from the foul line. It's been all Lee here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium, and we will take a quick commercial break, and we will have a West Tennessee This Week news feature when we return.
When I first came to Union, it was already like March or April of my senior year, and I hadn't decided where I wanted to go. I was looking at big Christian schools, small Christian schools, even state schools. I didn't want a Christian school that would just hide me away from the world and like just teach me to live within a Christian environment. It hasn't shielded me from secular beliefs or opinions or ideas, but it's taught me how to think about it through Christian lenses. There's so many things I love about Union. One of them is definitely the professors. They have all taken such a personal interest in my growth, and they have all been very, very dedicated to helping me grow, both as a Christian and as a student. If I had to sum it up in one word, I would definitely say opportunity. It's given me so many chances to be a leader in different clubs and organizations. It's given me the chance to expand professionally, to build my portfolio. It's given me a chance to pursue my own interests and passions, and it's just been an extremely encouraging and empowering environment.
Community leaders are talking about Steve Beverly's TV classics, but are they serious? Do they like classic TV? Do they really watch?
That's a lot of questions in one sentence, Steve.
What do they think about the host?
I don't have any clear answers to that.
What usually happens if you watch TV classics?
A very entertaining evening for people.
Watch TV Classics Saturday and Sunday at 7 on TV6.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Gig, 1,000 megabit speed, now available to any E+ broadband internet customer. This gig enhanced infrastructure has the capacity to increase speeds in the future. E+ broadband, what many interpreted as JA's entrance into cable television, was actually the foundation of an unparalleled communications infrastructure. Looking out for Jackson's economic and lifestyle future is all a part of JEA today.
Back here on E+ TV6, and now to preview the men's side of the game here between Union and Lee. I'm joined by Union head coach Dave Niven. And Coach, first off, thank you for your time.
My pleasure.
Coach, your team is coming off of their second consecutive loss, and, well, you've had kind of 2 weeks to rest up and figure out some things. So what are your thoughts heading into tonight's matchup with Lee?
This is a big game for us. We've had a week of practice since a week off, and it was really important that we improved in this last week. It's probably been some of our best practices of the year, but there was a lot of things that we needed to get better at, and so I think we've taken a step forward. We'll see where we are tonight. This is a good team we're playing. You know, they're extremely hot, probably the hottest team in the league right now. Won 6 straight, and so it's going to be certainly a great test for us coming back off the break.
And Lee is a team that returns a lot from last year, over 70% of their scoring from last year. With Montgomery and Blevins, they have 2 really good post players. So what is your plan of action for tonight, especially down low with the 2 talented post players they have?
Oh, we're going to guard them. Those guys are good players, so we're gonna try our best to match up with them and defend in the post because those guys are good players. So I'm sure they'll go inside a lot. They've got good guards as well. They've got guys that can score it all over the floor. So it's a challenge to defend them. They're a good defensive team as well. So it's going to be something that we're going to have to find ways to score. Need to be able to score inside. Need to be able to score outside. And you know, it's going to be a great test for us coming back from the break.
And for your team, you have Taranda Smith, somebody who has stepped up in the absence of Tyree Boykin, especially over the past few games, averaging 24 points per game over his last 3. What's been the key to his success lately?
I think he plays with a lot of confidence. You know, he's a guy that can score lots of different ways. So it's good to see him continue to improve as the season progresses. But we've got a lot of guys that can score. We need to get guys the ball in the right places tonight and get them in positions where they can shoot the ball with confidence and need to get the guys that on the inside get them going a little bit and you know, this is where we're learning how to play with a bunch of new guys and play together and you know, some nights we've looked really good, some nights we've looked really bad. So there hasn't been the consistency that we would like, but certainly that's something that has been important for us to stress this week in practice. And you know, this is the last time this year we'll have. We had 9 practices in a row without a game, and so that won't happen again. But it's really an opportunity for some growth if you handle it the right way.
Absolutely. And finally, just looking at the guard play here with Peyton Stovall, who has come in from North Alabama, and he's done a fantastic job this season, as well as Bryson Butler transferring in as well, especially with a new team having to gel together. What do you think that this team can accomplish down the stretch, especially, you know, only returning, 3 guys from last year, a couple of them hurt, especially down the stretch. You're going to need these new guys to gel together to make a run in the Gulf South.
Sure. It's a lot of new folks. We knew that coming in. You know, playing probably even more with new guys than we had anticipated. And so there's going to be some bumps in the road there, and we've experienced that. But this team continues to stay together. We are getting better, and so we hope to see that improvement tonight. But certainly, there's a lot of basketball left to be played, and it's a long season. This is just the first step coming back in the new year. But there's a lot of basketball left to be played. So we're excited about seeing how far we can progress over the next 2 months.
And absolutely. And one final thing with Bryson Butler appearing on SportsCenter's Top 10 earlier in the season, definitely can provide a lot of excitement and a lot of energy. Just what type of style can we expect to see, especially with the excitement he does bring coming down the stretch? How do you expect his game to improve?
Really defensively is where it needs to improve the most. He can do a lot of good things with the ball and create shots and create shots for himself and for his teammates, and all those things are good. We've got to see his defense continue to improve, and when that occurs, we've got a chance to be a pretty good defensive team. But we're looking for that, and certainly that's going to be key for our ability to improve on the defensive side of the ball.
All right, Coach, thank you so much. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
All right, coming back, Michael Chapman and I will break down the first half between the Lady Flames and the Lady Bulldogs. Union trails Lee 32-24. We'll be right back after these messages.
This changes everything. TiVo is here. Search and control your cable channels and streaming video apps with one remote. Record 6 shows at once and build a library of favorites with one pass recording. Then watch on any TV in your home, or browse and view on Wi-Fi devices with the free View It app. Call E+ Broadband to add TiVo and ask about our new packages.
My name is Ray Wilkins. I'm a 1995 Union grad, and I'm currently at Lebanon Baptist Church in Frisco, Texas, as the senior pastor. Union had a major impact on my life. I was a new convert at the time, and so Union provided me with a Christian environment where I could be discipled, where I could grow and nurture my faith. And then because I was a Christian studies major, the faculty at the time, Dr. George Guthrie, Dr. Paul Jackson, Dr. Kelvin Moore, were critical in teaching me how to understand and how to exegete the scriptures and how to apply it to my life. And that's my Union story.
If you watch Steve Beverly's TV classics, you may get a snack.
What do you say we toast some marshmallows, huh?
It's with your host,
Big Steve.
Some people watch even if they don't like the host.
Big Steve notwithstanding.
What do smart viewers think?
Oh, Mr. B, you're just a doozy.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics, Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10 on TV6.
I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe, West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39. Back here at the desk, Michael Chapman, Logan Whaley bringing you Union and Lee, the doubleheader here on E+ TV6. And at the half, it's the Lady Bulldogs trailing Lee 32-24. Let's go ahead and break down what we saw out there in the first half. And Lee, impressive defensively, holding the Lady Bulldogs to only 36% from the field. And again, we previewed Lee, one of the better teams at defending the three, holding Union to 17% from downtown. So, Michael, what did you notice? What are some of your takeaways there from the first half as it pertains to Lee?
Like you said, Logan, only 2 3-pointers allowed by Union, and this is one of the better three-point shooting teams in the conference. Obviously, they just played great defense, and they didn't let Union get any difficult passes through, and they even made, like I said, the easy passes very difficult for Union, and that's why they have the lead.
Let's go ahead and flash the at the half graphic we have. And again, you see the field goal percentage there. Lee shooting the ball very well, 46% from the field. They are 13 of 31, 40% from three. Well, these are from the first quarter stats, but at the half, Lee shooting 42% from the field, 40% from three. For Union, it's 36% and 17%. But again, the free throw percentages are pretty much the same. Lee 2 of 5 and Union 0 of 3 from the charity stripe. Rebounds 21-19 in favor of Lee. Turnovers all knotted up at 7, and Union is capitalizing off of Lee turnovers. But again, Lee just making it extremely difficult on the defensive side of the basketball for Union. And you see on Union's side of things, no one's really been able to get into a groove. Kennedy Childers has 7 points, but she got into foul trouble early and has had to sit for most of the first half. Only played 5 minutes. And so that's got to be key for the Lady Bulldogs heading into the second half. Get Kennedy Childers back going. And other than that, I mean, you look at assists as well. There's not a whole lot of assists from both sides either. Union with 7 and Lee with 5. And truthfully, this is an even game from the stats, but you just see Lee doing the little things well in order to obtain this 8-point lead.
Yeah, this has been a defensive struggle, and I've seen a lot of heart out of this Lee basketball team. They're coming in here. They're playing the #1 team in the country on the road. It's a big task, and they are definitely up for it so far.
And Lee, of course, their last game they played at Trevecca. They won that game 74-61. They held Trevecca to 18% from three, 4 of 22. They also forced 24 turnovers and capitalized for 23 points off turnover. So this, you know what you're getting out of this Lee team. This is a team that, yes, although they lost some key players last year, they returned some of their starters. It's a program that just won their first ever NCAA tournament game last year.
Yeah.
It's a team that they're well coached, and you can tell. Marty Rowe, Mark Campbell, these two coaches have been going at it for years. Close friends off the court, but on the court, these two know each other better than anyone. And you can tell that this is a game plan that Coach Campbell's team not really executing so far. Lee executing to perfection. You can see that on the court. A couple of minutes before we get back to the game, 32-24 the score, but you know, on Lee's side, Abby Bertram, Kayla Tilley, two amazing players, and Tilley really a bench player, not really expecting much. She's only averaging 5 points a game, but here she is with 7.
Yeah.
And so really it's the role players that you don't see coming in rivalry games like this that make an impact.
And that's been the difference in this game is those two players have been efficient. Bertram 4 for 4 from the field and Tilley 3 for 4 from the field. They're the only two players shooting over 50% from Lee, but both of those players are playing very, very well, and it's a defensive struggle. Obviously just 32-24. There's not a lot of points scored in this game, so where you can get those points, it's very, very important.
Bertram and Tilley combined for 16 points and were 7 of 8 from the field in that first half. I mean, just hard to get any better than that, honestly. Yeah. And especially from Tilley, a bench player, I mean, that's what you ask for out of your bench players, to provide production. But even Becca Cheeks, 6 points off the bench, 4 rebounds in 8 minutes. Just absolutely unreal with Becca Cheeks, you know, Carrie Cheeks' sister, so naturally you know how good she's going to be at basketball. And for Coach Rowe, you got to love the bench production that he's gotten.
Yeah.
And so with that, you know, you look at the bench points as well. Union only with 7 bench points, Lee with 18. I think that's an early stat that you can keep an eye out on. And again, points in the paint. Union is dominating the points of the paint, 18-10, but Lee just able to create shots from anywhere and everywhere. I think that's been the key to the first half. So what does Union need to do in the second half?
Union needs to get to the free throw line in the second half more than they did. They've got to be aggressive in the post and be aggressive driving to the basket, which they were, but they've got to get those foul calls and hit their free throws. They were 0 for 3 in the first half. Let's see if they can do better.
And for Lee, it starts with a stop on the defensive end as Union will have possession. Perkins to Childers. Thought about it. Got a defender off the feet, but good recovery there by the Lady Flames. Smith with it left wing. Martin with the pick. Off the fingertips of Childers. Now they have to get creative. 8 to shoot. Another pick by Martin. Childers on the drive. Tough shot, but she'll go to the charity stripe after the foul from Wydinski.
That's exactly what Union's got to do. Got to get to the free throw line. Obviously, it wasn't a great possession after Kennedy didn't catch that pass from Jada Smith, but she was able to recover, make a couple of defenders miss, and then get to the line.
For Wydinski, you can't bail her out there. That was good defense up until the last second there with a foul. Childers good on the first. Childers 19 of 27 from the foul line this year, 70%. And 2 of 2 tonight. 6-point game here at the Fred. Chance of defense from Union's bench. Almost walking there was Tori Lentz. Bertram on the drive. Haley Schubert back in the game. Schubert didn't see a lot of action there in that first half. Only 6 minutes played so far.
I was surprised by that, Logan. Schubert's been one of the best players for this Lee team and obviously one of the best freshmen in the conference.
Tough shot there by Roddy. Here comes Union the other way. Inside to Smith, wide open, and misses the layup.
Oh my goodness.
That's been a problem for Jada Smith this year. She's had wide open layups, just unable to convert some of the time.
Yeah, she just hasn't been herself this game. 0 for 3 from the line and then that miss.
Schubert, nice defense there by the Lady Bulldogs at the turnover. Smith with it. Here comes Union, 2-on-2 the other way. Smith pulling up, redeems herself with a nice jumper there. 4-point game. Union, nice job defending the backdoor cut there. 16 to shoot. Wydinski thought about it. Now she'll take the 3. Was good on her only attempt in the first half. Not here. Here comes Union. Childers going up. Nice move, nice finish. And Coach Marty Rowe wants a timeout. Lady Bulldogs wake up in the second half. They're on a 6-0 run, and it's a 2-point game here at the Fred DeLay Gym.
Propane, 95% generated in the U.S., is a gas that works anywhere. Central tanks for fleets, vehicles. Portable tanks for forklifts, lawnmowers, the fuel you can take anywhere. Even backup generation runs off propane. Household appliances, outdoor features. To find out more about affordable, clean, versatile propane, contact JEA's ProGas, 422-7500, the alternative fuel that makes sense. Propane, part of JEA today.
Union on a large run here to start the third quarter. And Michael, the Lady Bulldogs look revitalized on the court.
Absolutely, they do, Logan. They've been playing fantastic defense in this half and then getting out in the fast break. If Jada Smith hadn't missed that layup, this would be a tie game right now.
Very true. Smith had a bunny down low. Wide open, no one near her, just missed it.
Yeah.
And Smith, 6 points, 3 of 6 from the field, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal. Not a bad stat line, but hasn't played to her full potential this game. It's a 2-point game here at the Fred DeLay Gym. 8 minutes to play after the timeout from head coach Marty Rowe. And honestly, Lee, you know, this is a battle between 2 heavyweight boxers, if you will. 2 of the top dogs in the Gulf South Conference. And we'll see how Lee will answer as Anna Woodford will check in for the Lady Flames. The senior from Knoxville, Tennessee, has appeared in every game this season. Had a season-high 9 points and 4 rebounds in 20 minutes at Trevecca last game. Tipped by Childers. On the floor, it's still rolling, and Lady Bulldogs able to recover.
Wow.
Wow, that was that was close. Let me tell you.
Childers fought that whole possession, Logan, and she was able to get the ball.
And a big foul here as Wydinski picks up foul number 3. And a couple of subs coming in as Kayla Tilley and Becca Cheeks will check in for the Lady Flames.
That's huge, Logan, because without Wydinski on the court, Morgan Martin can go to work in the post.
She can. Becca Cheeks in the game. We haven't seen a lot of Cheeks against Martin down low. And at the inbound to Perkins, and here come the Lady Bulldogs on this possession. A chance to tie or take the lead. Roddy on reaches. She knows she can shoot it from there. From the tee and David Blackstock court. Yes, Tiffany Reaches can launch it from there. Inside to Martin over Bertram. That's the mismatch they wanted. And advantage goes to Martin. It's a tie game.
Martin could get rolling here, Logan. If Martin gets rolling, Union is almost unstoppable on the offensive end.
Give her 6 points. Cheeks, the junior, against Martin, the senior. Deep open 3 by Roddy, no good. Could have been over the back call. That's what the fans want. They didn't get it. It'll be Lee with a second chance here. Roddy against Reaches. Junior against senior. Right side. Tilley open again for 3. Nice screen set by Anna Woodford, and the bank is open on a Thursday night. 35-32 the score. Tilley with 10 for the Lady Flames.
Again, efficient shooting from Tilley and Bertram here.
Tilley 4 of 5, 2 of 2 from downtown. Bertram 9 points, 4 of 4 from the field. Left elbow, here's Childers. Martin with it with 6 to shoot. Over the top to Perkins, nice pass outside to Childers. Off back iron. That was the shot they wanted, just couldn't get it to go.
Union's whole bench was standing up over here, Logan. They wanted that to go.
And Lindsay Roddy on the other end, and the Lady Flames have countered with a big run of their own, a 5-0 run. They're going to get the foul called on, I believe that will be Jada Smith. Her second. Roddy will go to the line to shoot 1 more. She's 1 of 2 from the charity stripe today. Connects on the free throw. It's back to a 6-point lead for the Lady Flames. And these teams going back and forth, tit for tat with each other. Martin with a spin, tough shot. She'll go to the line to shoot 2.
Good move by Martin there and got her to the line.
You could tell.
Chance to bring it within 4 points.
You could tell Lee really wants to stop Martin down low. They sent 3 there.
Yeah.
To triple team her. Still able to get a shot off. Martin good. Her first 2 attempts from the line. She is a 75% free throw shooter. Emily Beard checks in for Kennedy Childers. Union gets a little smaller. 2 of 2 from the line, and subbing in will be Taylor Bogus. 5 on the court for the Lady Bulldogs. You've got Perkins, Smith, Beard, Reaches, and Martin. And for the Lady Flames, you've got Tilly, Schubert, Roddy, Cheeks, and in the left corner is Bogus. Pretty decent crowd has filed in here at the Fred DeLay Gym.
Yeah.
Majority of students are on their Christmas break still. Still see some students, mixture of Leaf fans and Union fans here. Nice move by Cheeks, unable to finish. Now here's Beard the other way. Chance to make it a one-possession game. Smith on the drive, just inside the free throw line. The jumper is good from Jada Smith.
Just when you count Jada Smith out, Logan, she comes back with a couple of buckets and makes it a 2-point game.
Definitely have seen a improved Jada Smith in this second half for Union. On the drive, looked like Roddy got away with a walk. She drains the jumper. 4-point game. Media timeout to come. Tight man-to-man defense here by the Lady Flames. You can see Bogus face guard. They're going to call a charge on Morgan Martin. That'll be her 4th.
And Morgan thought that the defender was in the restricted area there, Logan.
I thought she was as well. Looked like she had 1 foot in the restricted area, and that's a huge foul. Deja Graves will have to play some huge minutes here for the Lady Bulldogs. And Coach Campbell does not agree with the call either. That's a big foul there. It could change a lot about this game. See what Lee does on the offensive side. Nice tip there by Beard, and it's going to be Union ball. Good hustle by Lee. I don't think they really needed to go for the ball, though. Looked like it was going to be out.
That was going to be out, and that was going to be Lee's ball, but they dove on it, and they went out of bounds. I don't understand quite what they were thinking there, Logan.
So here we go, 4-point game. 4.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. We'll have a big Union possession after this media timeout.
Want to make your life a little easier? Now you can manage your Jackson Energy Authority account online. View statements, pay your bill, set up reminders, or recurring payments. Spend more time with your family, not your bills. It's easy. Just visit www.jaxenergy.com anytime and sign up. Make your life a little easier with online bill pay from Jackson Energy Authority.
Four-point game here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. 40-36 the score between Lee and Union. Both teams are going back and forth here to start the second half. Union with a 6-0 run to start, and then things got tied. Lee went on a 6-0 run of their own. Yep. Now they lead by 4, 40-36. So a back and forth start. And again, Deja Graves going to have to play some huge minutes here for the Lady Bulldogs with Morgan Martin with 4 fouls on the bench.
Absolutely. This might be the biggest minutes Deja Graves has played so far in her young career at Union. And we'll see how she handles it. She let a couple of people score on her early in this game. Let's see if she can lock in on the defensive end and maybe get a bucket or two as well for the Bulldogs.
And the potential definitely is there for Graves. 6'4", the freshman out of Martin, Tennessee. Has played in every single game this season. No good there. Tipped around and secured by the Lady Flames. Schubert with it now for Lee, the young freshman point guard out of Knoxville. Cheeks thought about it, kicks it to Bogus. Pick and roll set, nice defense there for the Lady Bulldogs, and they force a turnover. Good job by Emily Beard. Childers will check back in. I tell you, Emily Beard, that's an aspect of her game that I think will keep her on the court for many, many minutes for the Lady Bulldogs this season. Her defensive ability.
Yeah.
Plays really aggressive and tight defense, plays hard defense without fouling.
And that's the underrated aspect of her game, Logan. She's known for her three-point shooting, but her defense just as effective.
Oh, they call an over-the-back foul on Deja Graves, and I don't agree.
The crowd doesn't agree either, Logan. There's booing all over the place here in the Fred.
looked like Graves, the 6'4" Graves, went right straight up over the 6'2" Cheeks. But either way, going to be lead ball here. 3.5 minutes to go. Schubert going in at Graves. Good defense, but it's going to be lead ball after the second possession. Looked like a walk there from Cheeks as well. 8 to shoot. And they're going to get Jada Perkins with her third foul. That'll be the team's fourth foul. One more will put Lee in the double bonus. No 1-and-1 bonus here in women's basketball. And honestly, I think it's a good rule, and I hope that men's college basketball will follow suit with it eventually.
Yeah, that really has to do more with the quarters and the halves, Logan. Men's basketball in college is really the only level of basketball they still use halves. And I'd be surprised if they don't change that in the next 3 or 4 years.
Shot no good there by Schubert, and here comes Union the other way. Nice defense there by Abby Bertram with a back tip, and Union will be forced to set up their offense.
That might have stopped a fast break score there by Union.
But yeah, going back to the issue of quarters versus halves, I mean, you play quarters in high school and women's college basketball, pretty much every level of pro basketball as well. Men's college basketball, the only sport that doesn't use quarters, and it's very interesting to me. Reaches from downtown, and Tiffany Reaches on the board with her first 3 of the game. It's a 1-point game.
Lee has to look out now. Reaches hit a 3. She'll be standing there in the corner.
And good ball movement there. Roddy thought about it, and a foul there on Childers got her off her feet. That'll be her third. Again, Childers has not agreed with pretty much any of her foul calls this game, but
no, I think that one was the right call, Logan.
It was. It was, because anytime you leave your feet, I mean, that's going to incite a foul call.
Yeah,
for
left
sure.
her feet and then contact with the shoulder. Even if Tilly did lean in a little bit, Kennedy was up in the air, so they're going to call that every time.
Tilly shooting the foul shots here, and the bonus hits the first. Tilly, 1 of 2 from the foul line today. And Union really going small here as Deja Graves has subbed out of the game. Pretty much have 5 guards in the game here.
Yeah.
Between Perkins, Smith, Childers, Carpenter, and Reaches.
Yeah, Childers probably the closest thing to a forward we have in the game right now. Her and Jada Smith.
Jada Smith as well. Coach Campbell wants Jada Smith to play pretty much any position 1 through 4. And there's Union in transition. Childers, tough shot, no good off the backboard. Union able to secure an offensive rebound. Jada Perkins with a drive and the finish. Perkins with 4. Fans on their feet, chance of defense. Union looking for a stop, 1-point game. Schubert thought about it. On the drive against Smith, and she fell down, but they're going to say Smith pushed her down, and this crowd does not like it.
Again, I don't know that that's the right call, Logan. It looked like Schubert just tripped over her own feet, but she'll go to the line.
And that was good defense by Jada Smith, but apparently the refs believe that it was a hip check, and to the line to shoot 2 is Haley Schubert. Has not shot a free throw this game, but she is a 71% free throw shooter on the season, hits the first. Tilly checking in for Cheeks. Under 2 minutes to play here in the third quarter. And with Union playing some small ball here, without Morgan Martin with 4 fouls, it's going to be a huge 2 minutes.
Absolutely.
That one rattles in, and it's a 3-point game. Now Lee looking to change up the look with a full court pressure. They back off after the inbound. Foul there on Tori Lentz. That will be her first. And Childers did not listen to Coach Campbell there. Campbell said give the ball back to JP. Childers instead drove the basket but did draw the foul. Smith to inbound underneath. Perkins with it right side. Uses the screen from Childers. Gets the match between Lentz and Schubert. Perkins on the drive. Tries to finish over Lentz. Can't. Good defense there by Tori Lentz. The mismatch there that they wanted, but Perkins unable to finish. Roddy with a jumper. Can't get it.
Yeah, I thought Perkins should have passed it off to Childers there and let her have the mismatches against Schubert.
Perkins from downtown. Can't connect. And Union just unable to hit that big shot.
So close, Logan, this whole quarter.
Bertram left corner three. Can't hit it. Rebound, they're going to say it was last touch by Lee. Looked like Childers last touched that one.
Yeah, I think Childers putting her hands up convinced the refs that she didn't touch it.
That was a good acting job, you got to admit. Beard checking in for Carpenter, and Graves will also check in for Childers. Yeah, you're right, that last possession, Schubert was keying on Jada Perkins. Kind of left Childers wide open from three. Of course, they could have probably recovered in time, but Childers
has got a quick shot, though.
She does, and it's a high arcing shot as well. Under a minute to play. Union trails by 3. Perkins guarded by Schubert. Graves with it. Backdoor pass, and it's a turnover. And passing it ahead, Schubert with it. Good recovery from the Lady Bulldogs, but Bertram's wide open from the left side, and it's long. Second chance, and she went to a knee, but she kept her dribble, was Tilly. Wow, that was impressive there on the fly.
And I'm surprised Bertram missed that shot there, Logan. She does not miss it open from three very often.
Bertram 0 for 2 this quarter, both from downtown. Schubert on the drive against Reaches, kicks out, and Cheeks got a little too excited there to take that shot. It's a travel. Union will have the last shot here if they choose to take it.
Didn't have her feet set going into that shot, Logan, and just shuffled them while she was going up.
Bogus in for Tilly, and Childers will check in for, I believe, Graves. Union looking for an offensive look here with 17 to shoot. Torian Lentz with Childers checking back in will check in for Cheeks. Everyone have that at home. Good.
Defensive lineup for Lee. Not that any lineup isn't a defensive lineup.
Very true. Schubert and Bertram, the 1 and 2 for the Lady Flames. Perkins with it. 7 to shoot. Childers on the drive, and she'll be hacked. And will go to the line to shoot two. Coach Marty Rowe wanted a travel call there.
That was a hard foul, Logan.
I think Coach Rowe is saying that the travel came before the foul, and honestly, a case could be made for that, but Childers will go to the line to shoot two regardless. She is 2 of 2 from the line. Union 4 of 4 in the quarter. Chance to make it a 1-point game. We'll watch with you. Nails the first. The second of 2 from Childers. Short. 2-point game, 2 to shoot. Roddy launching. No good. Good defense there by Beard. And that will be all she wrote for the third quarter. 10 more minutes to play at the Fred DeLay Gym. 2 huge teams in the Gulf South Conference. Lee at 9 and 3. Union undefeated at 12 and 0. Can Lee hold on and knock off the #1 Lady Bulldogs? We'll find out after this.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics if bikes upset your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
10 minutes. That's all that separates this game from being final. Lee with a 44-42 lead over Union. And Michael, you mentioned it before we went on air. You feel like the first team to 55 wins this game, and, well, it's a close one in the 40s right now.
Yeah, might get a little bit past 55 for both of these teams here, Logan, but it won't. I don't know that either team will reach 60. This is going to be nail-biter, hard-fought all the way to the finish.
And if you look at Lee, this is exactly the game that you want to play. It's a game in the 40s. It's been a defensive game for sure. You look at the turnovers. Lee with 12 turnovers, Union only with 9, 2 in that third quarter. That's a big quarter for Coach Campbell's Lady Bulldogs. Union outscored the Lady Flames 18-12 in the quarter. And Lee only shot 23%, 3 of 13 from the field.
Yeah, Union locked in on defense in that third quarter, and that's what it's going to take here. They're not going to score 20, 25 points in this quarter. It's going to take a strong defensive effort, and if they can do that, they've got a chance.
However, Union playing without some post help. They do have Deja Graves out there, but Morgan Martin with 4 fouls. It'll be lead ball to start the fourth quarter. Wydinski with 4 fouls against Graves. Turnover. Here comes Union the other way. Perkins against Roddy. Who will win this one? Left-handed hook off front iron. No good. Wydinski with a rebound. Good defense there by Lindsay Roddy.
Absolutely. And I'm surprised they have Wydinski in this game without Martin in with those 4 fouls.
Although the board does have Wydinski with 3. And I believe the stats have her with 3 as well. So
okay.
Deep 3 by Bogus. Rims out. And a foul by Roddy. That will be her third. As Steve Beverly would say, the iron was unkind on that one.
Absolutely.
Steve Beverly, Tim Brando, same thing.
Exactly. Steve Beverly, the voice of the Lady Bulldogs for so many years here, and did just such a fantastic job.
25 years, the voice of the Bulldogs. Logan Whaley, Michael Chapman here. Fourth quarter of action between the Lady Flames and the Lady Bulldogs. Union, the #1 team in Division II at 12-0. Their record is being threatened by the Lady Flames. These two teams could very well meet again in March. Good defense there by Wydinski against Graves, and it will be Lee ball. These two teams will match up again one more time in the regular season, February 21st at Cleveland, Tennessee, the home of the Lee Flames.
And you know that home crowd will be excited to get one of the top teams in the nation coming. And
absolutely. Paul Dana Walker Arena will be energetic on that night, but here at the Fred DeLay Gym, it's a 2-point game. Childers thought about it, and it's going to be a foul on Schubert. That'll be her third, team's second. Some games from around the Gulf South Conference that have gone final. Valdosta State with a 68-58 victory over West Florida. Tony Brewer and Nyman with 15 each for the Lady Argonauts, but it was not enough as 4 Lady Blazers score in double figures, as that one gives me a scare. It is tipped out of bounds by Abby Bertram.
That would have been about 1.5 feet higher, Logan. That would have hit you right in the face.
It would. It would have. Life flashed before my eyes. It'll be Perkins set to inbound for the Lady Bulldogs. Other games in the Gulf South Conference, only one. Tipped, stolen by Schubert. Schubert, wide open, hits the layup. Haley Schubert leads the Gulf South Conference in steals, gets her first one, and it's a big one. 4-point lead for the Lady Flames.
And that's 2 straight passes that Union made, Logan, that were either tipped or turned over.
Over the top to Graves. And they're going to call Bertram with a foul. That looked like good defense there, but they'll say that just got her on the wrist. Graves will go to the line to shoot 2. And this season, Graves is 19 of 33, 58%.
Big free throws here.
Off the back iron for the first. Graves, the big freshman out of Martin, Tennessee, 6'4". 2 points tonight. Avery Carpenter will check in for Graves should she hit the second. Union now 5 of 10 from the line. This is the 11th. No good. Rebound goes to Tilley.
And if Union loses this game, Logan, they will look back on some of these missed free throws as missed opportunities to win.
6 free throws, lead leads by 4, absolutely. Woodford, a big 3 from Anna Woodford. Her first 3 of the evening, her 7th 3 on the season. Give her 5. And Coach Campbell forcing his hand here. No choice but to get Morgan Martin back in this game with Union trailing by 7.
Absolutely. You have to have your best players playing the biggest moments.
Graves posting down low, but instead a cross-court pass to Childers. She'll take the 3. Can't hit. Now here's Tilly. Lee going the other way. Woodford. Inside to Wydinski. Back out to Tilly. Good ball movement by the Lady Flames. Unable to hit the 3. Union needing a basket here. Here's Smith on the drive. Open lane. Tough finish, but she'll connect. And Mark Campbell will take a timeout. His Lady Bulldogs trail by 5, needing a stop on the defensive end. Can they get it? We'll find out next on E+ TV6.
My name is Ray Wilkins. I'm a 1995 Union grad, and I'm currently at Lebanon Baptist Church in Frisco, Texas, as the senior pastor. Union had a major impact on my life. I was a new convert at the time, and so Union provided me with a Christian environment where I could be discipled, where I could grow and nurture my faith. And then because I was a Christian studies major, the faculty at the time, Dr. George Guthrie, Dr. Paul Jackson, Dr. Kelvin Moore, were critical in teaching me how to understand and how to exegete the scriptures and how to apply it to my life. And that's my Union story.
Well, this is what's at stake here. Union undefeated at 12-0 this season, number 1 in the nation. And all-time against Lee, Union is 29-3, including 3-0 against the Lady Flames last year. Looking to improve on that win streak, but Lee looking to hold on and improve to 10-3 on the season. Playing phenomenal defense here tonight, Michael, and nothing has come easy for the Lady Bulldogs.
Yeah, and this win would put Lee as well at 4-1 in the Gulf South Conference, tied with Union and with the tiebreaker over Union for the 1 seed.
Absolutely, and these two teams will meet again February 21st, but in the meantime, want to remind you that our next broadcast will be this upcoming Saturday, when the Chargers of Alabama Huntsville comes into town to face the Bulldogs and Lady Bulldogs. Tip-off for the women's game is set for 2. We'll have the pregame for you here on E+ TV6 at 1:30. We've played 3 minutes here in this 4th quarter. Lady Flames lead 49-44. It'll be Lee ball out of the timeout. And the lineup on the court for the Lady Bulldogs. Martin back out there for Union. It'll be Perkins, Reaches, Childers, Carpenter, and Martin. This is Abby Bertram taking the ball across the timeline for the Lady Flames.
Bertram has been quiet in the second half so far.
Looking to get going. Nice pass inside to Wydinski, and nothing you can do there, but she misses the freebie. Now here comes Union.
It's the second or third at least that Wydinski has missed from point-blank range.
Wydinski, 1 of 9 from the field here today.
And the one make was a 3-pointer, Logan.
That it was. 0 of 1 on the season from 3. Reaches will take the deep 3. Rims out. That would have been huge. The crowd holding their breath on that 3.
Oh, my goodness.
Would have been ready to explode. But now Lee with an opportunity. Schubert on the drive. And you know the game plan has got to be to take it inside to Martin. Wydinski unable to finish. Here comes Union. They have the advantage. Childers. No good. And it'll be Lee ball the other way. It's going to be 3-on-3 here. Bertram on the drive. She can't finish. Wydinski with a rebound. Thought it was going to be a jump ball. No call. Bertram, no good. Wydinski, another look. And that's going to be a charge on Kennedy, or excuse me, against Wydinski. Good job there by Kennedy Childers to put herself in position to take that charge. Might have been in the restricted area.
Yeah, it was very, very close, Logan, but Lee got another similar call on the other end for Morgan Martin's 4th foul. So
Jada Smith checking in for Carpenter. Lindsay Roddy checking in for Tilly. Again, Lee keeping Union in this game. They've had possession after possession with a chance to increase the lead. A couple of missed threes, some missed shots underneath.
Absolutely.
You don't want to give a team like Union a chance to get back in this game.
But Union will have to get something going on offense. Only 2 points so far in this quarter, and they're down by 5.
Including 1 of 6 from the field this quarter. 15 to shoot. Martin with it against Cheeks. Martin's got to look to score. And they're going to call Becca Cheeks with a foul. That'll be the 5th, and that will send Morgan Martin to the line. 5th team foul, I should say. For Cheeks, that will be her 2nd. board does have her with 1, but that was her second. So Martin will go to the charity stripe, and she is 2 of 2, but Union a very cold 5 of 11 as a team. First one off back iron. The chance there to make it a 1-possession game, but unable to hit the first.
7 missed free throws in 12 attempts.
The second of 2, got it. Tilly will check in. We'll see who comes out. That'll be Tori Lentz. More offensive look here for the Lady Flames. Union applying some man pressure here, full court.
Union's going to have to force a turnover or 2 here, Logan, and hopefully get a fast break basket or 2 if they want to climb their way back into this game. It's only 4 points, but it feels like more than that with how difficult scoring has been for both teams.
And they'll call a foul on Jada Perkins. That'll be her 4th. It's been a game of 4s for Jada Perkins. 4 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, and now give her, well, excuse me, that's only her 3rd. Ooh. Kayla Tilly
up and down
with the walk, didn't keep her pivot there, and it will be Union ball with a chance to make it a 1-possession game again.
Just didn't quite know where she was going with the basketball when she went up, Logan, and couldn't quite keep her pivot foot on the ground.
But again, you see Coach Marty Rowe with the offense-defense look here. Tilly on offense, Tori Lentz on defense.
And Lentz has played an excellent game.
Smith with it, gets it inside to Martin. Martin, gonna be a foul. Let's see if they call that on Schubert. If that is, that will be her 4th. It is.
Schubert just has not really been able to get going in this game with the foul trouble, Logan.
Same can be said for Morgan Martin, really. She's out there with 4, a chance to score her 10th and 11th point here. She was 1 of 2 last time, misses in the first here. And again, Union just uncharacteristic, 6 of 14 from the charity stripe tonight. This is a team that shoots 72% as a team. Tilly checks in, but this time for Schubert. Probably a smart move given she does have 4 fouls.
You have to hit your free throws if you want to beat the top teams in the conference.
Missing there, and that's huge if you're Lee. 0 of 2, and it's tipped out of bounds into the Lee radio crew there. So it's going to be a media timeout here. Should be a media timeout. It's under 5 minutes. We'll see if anyone notices. Typically, that's the rule. It's under 5 minutes. Got to be a media timeout, but no media timeout here. We'll play on. Cheeks with it. Now here's Bertram. Lee looking to slow it down, slow the tempo, maintain the lead here. Woodford with it, right side. 10 to shoot. Tilly on the drive. Nice dish to Becca Cheeks. Timeout, Marty Rowe.
Beautiful.
Great possession there by the Lady Flames. Increase their lead back up to 6. Will Coach Campbell and the Lady Bulldogs have an answer? We'll find out next on E+ TV6.
I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe, West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39.
Back here on E+ TV6, Logan Whaley, Michael Chapman with a call, and it'll be Union ball after the nice bucket there by Becca Cheeks. She now has 8 points. And Michael, Union just unable to get anything going offensively here in this 4th quarter of play. What do they need to do different?
I mean, first of all, you've just got to hit your 3 throws. Morgan Martin has missed a couple of free throws here in the 4th and just shooting a bad percentage, under 50% for the game as a team. And then just have to get to the basket and get to the bucket, maybe kick it out for an open 3 and hit shots. That's the best I can tell you, Logan. This is a difficult defensive team, and Union's only got 3 points in the fourth quarter, over halfway in.
Yeah, 1 of 6 from the field, 1 of 6 from the charity stripe this quarter. 6 of 15 overall. And we're going to do this again as the second horn didn't sound until after the ball was inbounded. So we'll try this again. Perkins with it. Martin slips on the screen. Smith on the drive. Nice drive, just unable to finish, and it's going to stay with the Lady Bulldogs. Good heads-up play there by Jada Smith, though, not touching the ball.
Yeah.
She was out of bounds, and honestly, if she would have touched it, it would have been out of bounds there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they were trying to tip it towards Jada Smith after they realized they weren't going to get the rebound, but excellent job getting out of the way and maintaining possession. But
Union with another chance, and it's going to be an easy layup for Lee. Good by Lindsay Roddy, and an 8-point lead now for the Lady Flames, and that's an inbound play that Union typically does all the time where they go over the top to Jada Perkins. Abby Bertram read the pass beautifully and was able to sky to get the steal.
Yeah, and that comes from preparation, Logan. Bertram knew what play they were going to, and she recognized it and stopped it.
Union desperately needed a bucket there from Jada Smith. A nice shot by the junior. So here we go, Bertram against Perkins. Union needing a stop here. They go inside to Cheeks. And with Martin with 4 fouls, kind of surprised they haven't attacked her more. Cheeks with it left elbow. Almost a 5-second call there. Bertram couldn't connect. Childers with a rebound. Tough shot there by Bertram. 6-point game. Reaches thought about it. Now they're going to design a play here for Jada Smith. Smith, baseline drive to Childers. Childers, no good.
And Union just cannot buy a bucket in this quarter.
Childers now 1 of 5 from downtown. 3 minutes to play. Union needing another stop here. Inside, Cheeks against Martin. Right hook, no good. Martin with a rebound. Martin with rebound number 6. Reaches thought about it again. Tight defense by Lindsay Roddy.
They scouted Tiffany Reaches well. They've not let her get open in this game.
Right elbow jumper, tough shot, but a foul inside. I believe they're going to call it on Tori Lentz, and that will send Morgan Martin back to the line to shoot 2. Excuse me, they're going to call that on Cheeks. So that'll send Jada Smith to the line to shoot 2.
Oh, wow, they called it on the shot there.
They did.
Thought they got the loose ball foul down low.
Yeah, because if there was a foul, Martin was on the ground, so I thought the foul was going to be on Lentz there.
Martin thought it was a loose ball foul, too. She went up to the line to shoot those free throws.
Well, we'll see if Jada Smith can redeem herself here for the Lady Bulldogs. She is 0 of 3 from the charity stripe, all misses in the first half. So Smith, after making some buckets, we'll see if that changes anything. Hits the first. 5-point game. Wydinsky and Schubert checking in with 4 fouls for the Lady Flames. Two of 2 from the charity stripe is Jada Smith. Now Union applying some pressure here.
Every possession crucial for the Lady Bulldogs.
And a quick shot, no good, tipped around. Smith with a rebound. Big possession here for the Lady Bulldogs. Chance to make it a 2-point game or a 1-point game. Perkins with it. Looking to get some pick and roll action here. Martin slips, had a look. Right corner, Smith for 3. Short. And a foul on Kennedy Childers. That'll be her 4th, but honestly not a bad foul as that prevented Lee from going in transition. Yeah. And only the 2nd team foul, so Union does need to pick up some fouls here.
Yeah. I really thought Jada Smith was going to hit that 3-pointer in the corner, Logan. She's been hot, but not quite able to.
They get the trap they wanted. Yeah, you're right there on Jada Smith. Smith, not necessarily a prolific 3-point shooter, but she is capable of knocking down some. But the look was there. You have to take that shot. 11 to shoot. Different look on defense here for Coach Campbell. And there's a foul. They're going to get it on Childers. That'll be her 5th.
They said the feet were moving there.
And Coach Campbell screaming that's a block, and it was. I believe that was the right call, but that's a huge 5th foul. Childers checks out, 12 points, 3 rebounds, couple of steals, and a block. Good performance by Childers, the transfer out of North Dakota State. Beard will check in.
Emily Beard, one of the best three-point shooters in this conference, Logan. We'll see if they can get her open and maybe get this game within a point.
It'll be Lee ball on the inbound. They'll get it to Schubert, fresh 30. We've played 8.5 here at the Fred DeLay Gym. It's the #1 team in the Gulf South Conference Union against Lee, a team that is tied for second with a bunch of other teams. With West Florida going down, they're tied with Delta State and Montevallo with a 3-1 record in conference play. When Haley Schubert with a drive, can't finish. Here comes Union. Perkins with it. She'll drive to the basket, going up, no call, and it'll be out of bounds, and these fans are losing it.
Wow.
Coach Campbell's losing it as well, and Coach Campbell will take a timeout, and he's wondering what more do you have to do to get a foul call. But
so
we will,
much contact there.
We will keep it here on E+ TV6 as Coach Campbell will take a quick timeout. So it'll be out of bounds. It will stay with the Lady Bulldogs. They'll have it underneath the basket. They turned it over last time they had to play underneath. But who do you go to if you're Union?
I think you have to go to Jada Smith again here, Logan. She can either make a play for herself, create her own shot inside, or she might kick it out to Emily Beard or Tiffany Regis, either of the prolific three-point shooters on this team.
And anytime Union gets the ball inside, you do have Lee helping out. So that does leave an opening from the outside, but Union only 3 of 20 from downtown today.
Yeah.
Only threes that have been hit are from Regis, Beard, and Kennedy Childers. Childers has fouled out of the game. Now if you're Lee, defensively, obviously you want to contain Smith, who's been on fire, but if Lee gets a stop here, who do they go to?
If Lee gets a stop here, I think they go back to Bertram. I think ISO possession, maybe set a screen for her, but wait till late in the shot clock, obviously. Union might foul, though, if they don't get a bucket here, depending on how long this possession takes.
And Union clawing their way back in the ball game, playing some tight defense. Lee has been held scoreless over the past 3 minutes. 1 of their last 5 from the field, and Bertram 0 of her last 6. A big possession here for Union. They'll have 24 on the shot clock. Smith to inbound. And again, the second horn.
And Jada Smith is frustrated that Lee got to see the movement that Union was running there before she got to inbound it.
They get it inbound to Beard. Good defense there from Lee. 20 to shoot. You got to go here if you're Union. Right corner here, Smith. Working for it is Martin. Nice dish by Perkins. The finish by Martin. It's a 1-possession game. Timeout, Marty Rowe.
Beautiful play design by Mark Campbell, and Morgan Martin cashes in on that.
A 2-point game here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. 51 seconds to play. Don't go anywhere. An exciting finish ahead here on E+ TV6.
I don't know what our family would do without TiVo. It doesn't matter if a show is live, on demand, or even streaming from Netflix. No more juggling remotes, switching inputs, or guessing who has the show or movie we want to watch, because it's all on one box. TiVo has great apps like Plex, which lets us stream home videos and music from our computers and phones. And with kid-friendly apps like Toon Goggles, I feel safe giving the kids a little TV freedom. And I can enjoy mine, too.
Back here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium, Lee leading Union 53-51, just under 52 seconds to play. It'll be Lee ball with the advancement on the timeout.
You just play solid fundamental defense on this possession if you're Union.
It all comes down to this possession, really, if you look at it. Lee wanting to run down the clock to as low as they possibly can get it. Bertram with it. Bertram looking to get going. She's missed her last 6 shots. But it's going to be an isolation play. Wydinski with a screen. Inside Wydinski, good help by Smith. Looked like left corner 3 is good by Kayla Tilley.
And that might be the dagger there, Logan.
And now here's Union, 5-point game. They're going to need a bucket quick. Perkins to Reaches. Now Smith, they got to go. They got to go. They got to go. Here's Smith again. Right corner three from Jada Perkins. No good, off right iron. And they're going to call Morgan Martin with her 5th foul, and that just might do it.
It was a valiant effort in the last few minutes for Union defensively, Logan, but left the Flames open in the corner on that last possession, and that was the dagger.
For Tilly, she has played huge on the bench, and Coach Campbell is explaining his case to the referee. 15 points for Tilly, 3 of 4 from downtown, 5 of 7 from 3, and that will send Wydensky to the line to shoot 2. She is 1 of 2 from the charity stripe. Deja Graves will check in for the Lady Bulldogs.
Hey! 140 guard!
Timeout Marty Rowe, but we'll keep it here. And for Union, it's their first loss since the Final Four game last season, a team that finished 32-4 last year. This is a team that fought hard against Lee's incredible defense. Of course, Union only turned the ball over 11 times, which is a good stat, but at the same time, Lee made everything challenging for the Lady Bulldogs.
Absolutely.
And for Lee, it's almost played a perfect game, but you look at it on Lee's perspective, that 3 was the first bucket they scored since, honestly, about the 4-minute mark in the 4th quarter. So they gave Union every opportunity to get back in it, but at the right time, when they needed it, they got the big 3 from Tilly.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at it, Logan, in the last 10 months, Lee might have picked up their 2 biggest wins since moving to D2.
They
with
have.
Win here against the #1 team in the country on the road, and then the NCAA tournament win last year. And Mark Campbell will just let the clock run out here.
The final seconds tick down, and it's a final. Lee with one of their biggest wins in program history, knocking off the #1 Lady Bulldogs final score, 56-51. And some quick stats to break down here. Union 3 of 20 from 3, only shot 36% from the field. But for the Lady Flames, it was Kayla Tilly leading all scorers with 15 points, including the clutch 3 at the very end. When we come back, Michael Chapman will have an interview with head coach Mark Campbell. Don't go anywhere.
If you watch Steve Beverly's TV classics, you may get a snack.
What do you say we toast some marshmallows, huh?
It's with your host,
Big Steve.
Some people watch even if they don't like the host.
Big Steve notwithstanding.
What do smart viewers think?
Oh, Mr. B, you're just a doozy.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics, Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10 on TV6.
When I first came to Union, it was already like March or April of my senior year, and I hadn't decided where I wanted to go. I was looking at big Christian schools, small Christian schools, even state schools. I didn't want a Christian school that would just hide me away from the world and like just teach me to live within a Christian environment that hasn't shielded me from secular beliefs or opinions or ideas, but it's taught me how to think about it through Christian lenses. There's so many things I love about Union. One of them is definitely the professors. They have all taken such a personal interest in my growth, and they have all been very, very dedicated to helping me grow, both as a Christian and as a student. If I had to sum it up in one word, I would definitely say opportunity. It's given me so many chances to be a leader in different clubs and organizations. It's given me the chance to expand professionally, to build my portfolio. It's given me a chance to pursue my own interests and passions, and it's just been an extremely encouraging and empowering environment.
I'm here with Mark Campbell. The #1 Lady Bulldogs have just been knocked off for the first time this season, 12-1. Coach Campbell, what can you learn about your team from this game?
I don't think I learned anything from my team that I didn't already know. One of the things I've told my staff, and we've talked about it many times, is I think we're really moody, and we allow our feelings and emotions to dictate how we prepare, and so especially mental preparation. So we're not very tough. I've known it all year long, and I've told everybody who asked me whether we're #1 or not, I knew we're not. So Lee came in, played a lot with a lot more energy than we did, played with a lot more intelligence than we did, and so I think we got exactly what we deserve.
And you play Lee again in late February, Coach Campbell, and likely you'll play them again come March. How are you going to score against the Lady Flames?
I mean, listen, I thought we got really good shots at times. Our post play was not very good tonight. Again, we didn't shoot. I think we're 8 for 17 from the foul line. When you do that and miss as many layups as we did, we're not going to win games. So it's not a matter of scoring. I think it's more of an individual preparation and us executing simple things like layups.
What can we see from the Alabama-Huntsville game on Saturday, Coach?
Another loss if we play like this.
I appreciate it, Coach Campbell. We're going to go back to Logan now with some stats from after the game.
Well, thank you, Chap, and a good interview there, and Coach Campbell none too pleased with his team, and got a good performance out of the Lady Bulldogs there in the third quarter, just unable to finish in the fourth. 9 points, 3 of 12 shooting from the field, 0 of 4 from 3, 3 of 8 from downtown in the fourth quarter, and that's not going to win you very many ball games. And Michael rejoins us here at the desk, and you break down the final stats, and it was not a great offensive game. If you're a fan of high-scoring games, this was not the game for you. But if you're a fan of tough, rugged defense, this was the game for you. And Union, as Coach Campbell mentioned, only 3 of 20 from 3 and shot 47% from the foul line, and that's not going to win you very many games.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Logan. And Coach Campbell mentioned, too, they got open looks from 3 throughout the game. Tiffany Reaches and Jada Smith from the corner near the end of the game, but no one was able to cash in. And you've just got to hit your shots when you're playing a team that doesn't give up very many open looks.
You look at Kayla Tilley, had a season high in points tonight, 15 points, had possibly the biggest game of her league career so far. But this is a talented Lady Bulldog team. They will rebound. They will find a way back in the win column. And a short turnaround Saturday when they host Alabama-Huntsville. So that's going to do it for the women's side. Stay tuned. We'll have a halftime feature here on E+ TV6, and then Michael and I will be back at the desk to preview Union against Lee on the men's side. Should be a great game that you don't want to miss. Stay with us.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics if bikes upset your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
When I first came to Union, it was already like March or April of my senior year, and I hadn't decided where I wanted to go. I was looking at big Christian schools, small Christian schools, even state schools. I didn't want a Christian school that would just hide me away from the world and like just teach me to live within a Christian environment. It hasn't shielded me from secular beliefs or opinions or ideas, but it's taught me how to think about it through Christian lenses. There's so many things I love about Union. One of them is definitely the professors. They have all taken such a personal interest in my growth, and they have all been very, very dedicated to helping me grow, both as a Christian and as a student. If I had to sum it up in one word, I would definitely say opportunity. It's given me so many chances to be a leader in different clubs and organizations. It's given me the chance to expand professionally, to build my portfolio. It's given me a chance to pursue my own interests and passions, and it's just been an extremely encouraging and empowering environment.
Want to make your life a little easier? Now you can manage your Jackson Energy Authority account online. View statements, pay your bill, set up reminders, or recurring payments. Spend more time with your family, not your bills. It's easy. Just visit www.jaxenergy.com anytime and sign up. Make your life a little easier with online bill pay from Jackson Energy Authority.
A little premature on my end. False start. Could be a 5-yard penalty.
Yeah.
Repeat the down. Anyway, Michael and I, we will recap what we saw on the women's side. And honestly, it looked like a back-and-forth start to this game. Union got up to a big 7-1 run, but Lee settled in on the offensive side of the basketball. And it was a close first quarter. Lee led 16-15. But from there, it was Lee locking in defensively, and we thought for a second there the third quarter that Union was going to make a run, and they did in the fourth quarter. They held Lee scoreless for about 4 minutes, but a big three by Kayla Tilley sealed the deal for the Lady Flames. They pick up a huge win on the road, beating Union 56-51. This will knock Union off the top spot in Division II, the first time they have ever held that honor.
but Union will have a chance to rebound Saturday night when they host Alabama Huntsville. So obviously early takeaways for Union. You look at the poor three-point shooting and the poor performance from the line. It's a 5-point loss and you miss 11 free throws, and it's not, excuse me, I can't do math, 9 free throws. That's not going to get the job done.
Yeah. I mean, if they would have just shot a season average percentage from free throws, it would have been a 1-point win, or Union, it would have gone to overtime, and very likely Union would have won this game.
And for Lee, they will continue. They've won now 5 of their last 6, and they will travel to Memphis to face Christian Brothers in what should be a very good contest down there in Memphis. Lee wins this one 56-51. Lee uses hot shooting from Kayla Tilley, 15 points, a season high, as well as Abby Bertram with 9 points, 8 points from Lindsey Roddy and Becca Cheeks. Solid performance all around from the Lady Flames on the defensive side of the basketball, holding Union to the season average of 51 points. So now we'll take a break and we'll go to our middle of the game feature. When we come back, Michael and I will break down what you can expect out of the boys game here tonight between Union and Lee. Huge Gulf South Conference matchup that you don't want to miss. Stay tuned. I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe, West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39.
Gig, 1,000 megabit speed, now available to any E+ broadband internet customer. This gig-enhanced infrastructure has the capacity to increase speeds in the future. E+ broadband, what many interpreted as JA's entrance into cable television, was actually the foundation of an unparalleled communications infrastructure. Looking out for Jackson's economic and lifestyle future is all a part of JEA today.
My name is Ray Wilkins. I'm a 1995 Union grad, and I'm currently at Lebanon Baptist Church in Frisco, Texas, as the senior pastor. Union had a major impact on my life. I was a new convert at the time, and so Union provided me with a Christian environment where I could be discipled, where I could grow and nurture my faith. And then because I was a Christian studies major, the faculty at the time, Dr. George Guthrie, Dr. Paul Jackson, Dr. Kelvin Moore, were critical in teaching me how to understand and how to exegete the scriptures and how to apply it to my life. And that's my Union story.
The following program is a presentation of the broadcast journalism program of Union University and the news team of West Tennessee Today. This broadcast does not necessarily reflect the views of the staff, management, or news department of WNBJ NBC 39.
Hello, I'm Logan Whaley. Happy New Year and welcome to a brand new year of West Tennessee This Week. As we begin 2019, we're going to look at changes in state laws that are taking effect this week. We'll also project ahead to issues that will be among the keys for Jackson and Madison County as the new year begins. And we'll continue to explore a major question that every parent asks almost every day as we wind up our documentary, Are My Children Safe? First up, new state laws that are now on the books. And here we go with a scoreboard of new state laws for 2019. These are all things passed by last year's legislature. We're going to run them down one by one. Last year, Governor Haslam appropriated more than $30 million for a new program to fight opioid drugs in the state. Part of that includes going after prescription abuse. A new law limits first-time prescription for the painkillers to a 3-day supply for new patients. Exceptions can be made for people facing major surgery, cancer, hospice care, sickle cell and treatment in some licensed facilities. A big problem that's caused the opioid crisis is virtually unlimited refills of the drugs. The governor says in past years, painkillers have been too easy to attain. That's led to a black market of illegal sales. 2 other new laws also attack health issues in Tennessee. The number of suicides in the state went up 24% between 2014 and 2016. A big percentage of that increase is with teens and young adults. In an effort to fight back against people taking their own lives, a new state study panel is being created. One thing it will do is gather information about the causes and factors of suicide in Tennessee. The group will spend the year trying to develop ways to prevent suicide and identify resources to help. State health committees expect to have recommendations by January of 2020. A third new law involving a health issue involves abortion. Tennessee is a state with some of the most conservative abortion laws in the nation. Birth Choice in Jackson has been a counseling center to provide women with pro-life alternatives. The state's new law requires doctors to offer women who elect to have abortions a look at an ultrasound if one has been performed. This is designed to give these women all available information before making a final decision to go through with an abortion. In addition, the law requires data on whether a heartbeat was detected to be provided to the State Department of Health on an annual basis. Feminist groups have criticized the law as applying too much pressure on women who have already decided to abort their babies. 2 years ago, the legislature legalized wine sales in grocery stores, but that was just for Monday through Saturday. Everything changes this weekend. As of Sunday, it's legal for supermarkets to sell wine on the Sabbath. Liquor stores were given special permission to begin selling liquor and wine on Sundays last July. Governor Haslam signed the bill last April. The law also gives convenience stores the right to sell wine on Sunday. The issue of illegal immigration has polarized Democrats and Republicans across the nation. Democrats typically favor open borders. President Trump and many Republicans want to build a wall at the border. In a number of liberal states, sanctuary cities have been declared to house illegal immigrants. California is in the process of becoming a sanctuary state. A new law in effect this week in Tennessee threatens local government with a loss of state economic and community development money if they declare themselves sanctuary cities. Here is some of the specifics of the law. It bans policies that restrict compliance with federal immigration laws. That includes laws that deport people who are arrested for being here illegally or are arrested on other charges while here. When police officers or sheriff's deputies investigate cases, they often confiscate personal property. A new state law will require more specific hearings to those property owners. Law enforcement officers now have to provide formal notices of a forfeiture warrant hearing to property owners. They have to provide that notice within 5 days of those hearings. That is required even if the person was not present when the property was taken. If a judge rules that property was wrongfully seized, it has to be returned to the owner within 5 days. And another new law affects the place where you vote if you cast your ballot at a school. This is to eliminate disruptions in a school day during elections. Beginning in 2019, if a regular November election includes polling places at a public school or charter school, those schools will be closed on that day. Concerns across the state have suggested students are subjected to too many distractions by campaigning and poll activities. The law also gives schools the option on whether to hold classes on any other day when an election is held. A separate law now shortens the amount of time candidates have to qualify to run for office. Starting now, candidates only have 60 days to collect enough signatures on a petition in order to qualify, rather than the previous 90-day limit. And those are just some of the changes in state laws for 2019. Let's look now at some of what's ahead and some of our key issues in Jackson and Madison County. First, Jerry Gist is retiring after 12 years as Jackson mayor. 3 people have qualified to run, but at least 2 others may enter the race. Former State Representative Jimmy Eldridge was the earliest to declare. Eldridge is 71. He says he wants to push for stronger public schools because of their connection to economic development.
I'm full of energy, and I've been blessed with that. People said, "Where do you get the energy?" I said, "The good Lord, you know."
That's right.
He plugs me in every night, you know, just through prayer and supplication and on your knees.
Mm-hmm.
The next to enter the race was former City Councilman Scott Conger. His grandfather was a former mayor of Jackson. He says we need to do more to keep younger people from leaving the city.
But these are our kids. They're our neighborhoods. It's our economic development. And so I'm really excited about Dr. Jones approaching the city, plugging in where it makes sense. And so if you look at what the city's done the past 27 years, before last year, it was like a divorced dad giving a child support check with no visitation, no parental rights.
Then, former school administrator Jerry Woods announced he is a candidate. Woods is expected to have huge support from minorities in the city.
You know, we attend conventions on a regular basis, depending on what group you're in, and actually there are cities that are even Jackson size or a little smaller that are hosting conventions.
So who are some of the others who may jump into the campaign? Well, City Councilwoman Vicki Foote says she is exploring the possibility, though she has not made a firm commitment. Other sources indicate former County Commissioner Mark Johnstone may enter the race as well. Candidates have until February 21st to qualify. The election for mayor is May 7th. As for the city itself, Jackson City Council has voted to join with the county in building 2 new schools. The city's responsibility will be in constructing a new Madison Academic High on the campus of the University of Memphis-Lambeth. That's still not officially a done deal. Developer Hal Crocker and city and county representatives still have to sell the proposal on the grant market in order to obtain tax credits. If they are successful, construction could begin as early as the spring.
It's a competitive process to get your new market tax credit allocation. Being out in the marketplace as early as possible increases our chances of getting fully funded for the project.
The County Commission has already approved spending more than $50 million for a new jail. That's a project that has created differences in the community. Sheriff John Mayer says we have no choice to build a larger facility in order to stop overcrowding. That has drawn the ire of the NAACP.
We can build jails, we can build facilities, but buildings never educated anyone. What we're doing in this city, in this county, is leaving our kids under the bus.
As for the school district, Superintendent Eric Jones is extremely pleased with the decision to build 2 new schools. He also is hoping that turbulence with some board members will calm down in the new year. Jones received a near unanimous vote in support of his 10-year academic and capital plan. But he said the board and he need to be on the same page in the coming year in order to gain the public's confidence for needed projects.
I consider myself to be a man of integrity, and I'll leave it at that. But I don't want to get into a back and forth with that, but it's unfortunate that those comments were even made. And I understand people get upset, and it's part of life, but I know the type of man that I am and what I stand for.
West Tennessee Today News Director Steve Beverly joins us for a couple of minutes. Now, Steve, let's go ahead and jump right into it. What are your thoughts on the mayoral election with a month and a half to go?
Well, I think the thing that is critical is, will it be a 3-person race, 4 or 5? What many people don't realize is that in the mayor's race, the way the city charter is set up, is that you have to have 50% plus 1 vote in order to win. If not, then you have a 6-week runoff campaign. It's a long time and an expensive time for a runoff. The other thing that you got to look at, it's estimated that to get elected mayor of Jackson, it costs probably between $250,000 and $300,000 by the time you take care of the advertising, all of the other promotion. So the bottom line to it is, it's the most expensive race in this area to try to win.
Now, jumping to another issue in our local area, the NAACP is threatening legal action over the decision to spend money on building new schools rather than new programs for education. How could that potentially affect the 2 new schools that are being built?
The biggest thing I think that people should look for in that case is, if they were successful, it would be that they would get injunctive relief. What that means is they get an injunction to stop that project or those projects until a hearing could be held on that. It's a very iffy proposition whether that could be successful, but I would not be surprised to see them go forward with it.
And finally, more than a year ago, the city was exploring the feasibility of a new coliseum, and a city councilman is pushing the idea of a new library. Now, what's the likelihood we'll see either of those take shape in the new year?
Probably not. You're going to have to wait on a new administration for that. We did have a One Jackson study, and that's what it was called, to look at civic improvements around our community. Some of them have happened, but as far as a coliseum, which is a hugely expensive project, and then talking about a new library on top of that, it really is going to be whether a new mayor in this community looks on those as priority projects. Cost is the huge factor where all of that is concerned.
As always, thank you for your insights,
You
Steve.
bet.
Coming up, are your children safe? We'll continue the documentary on the issue of school safety next on West Tennessee This Week.
The great strength of Union University is not simply its ability to prepare you for a career. It's the ability to shape your whole life.
My desire is to go and to do my Father's will wherever He sends me.
When I first came to Union, it was already like March or April of my senior year, and I hadn't decided where I wanted to go. I was looking at big Christian schools, small Christian schools, even state schools. I didn't want a Christian school that would just hide me away from the world and like just teach me to live within a Christian environment that hasn't shielded me from secular beliefs or opinions or ideas, but it's taught me how to think about it through Christian lenses. There's so many things I love about Union. One of them is definitely the professors. They have all taken such a personal interest in my growth, and they have all been very, very dedicated to helping me grow both as a Christian and as a student. If I had to sum it up in one word, I would definitely say opportunity. It's given me so many chances to be a leader in different clubs and organizations. It's given me the chance to expand professionally, to build my portfolio. It's given me a chance to pursue my own interests and passions, and it's just been an extremely encouraging and empowering environment.
If you watch Steve Beverly's TV classics, you may get a snack.
What do you say we toast some marshmallows, huh?
It's with your host,
Big Steve.
Some people watch even if they don't like the host.
Big Steve notwithstanding.
What do smart viewers think?
Oh, Mr. B, you're just a doozy.
Steve Beverly's TV classics, Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10 on TV6.
Want to make your life a little easier? Now you can manage your Jackson Energy Authority account online. View statements, pay your bill, set up reminders, or recurring payments. Spend more time with your family, not your bills. It's easy. Just visit www.jaxenergy.com anytime and sign up. Make your life a little easier with online bill pay from Jackson Energy Authority.
And back we are at the desk here at the Fred DeLay Gym on campus at Union University. He's Michael Chapman. I'm Logan Whaley. And what a game we just saw between the #1 ranked Lady Bulldogs of Union and the Lady Flames of Lee. Lee knocking off the #1 team in Union, handing them their first loss of the season, 56-51. Just real quick, what were your key takeaways there for Union?
Yeah, Lee just played a phenomenal game defensively, and Union just didn't play with a whole lot of heart towards especially the middle of the game, second quarter, and just didn't make any shots. Couldn't hit the free throws and couldn't hit the three-point shots.
Shifting gears now to the men's side of things. Union hosts a very red-hot Flames team coming in with a 7-5 record, but don't let that fool you. They have won their previous 6 games, including knocking off a top 10 team in Valdosta State. This Lee team, a very balanced scoring team. They return a lot from last year, very experienced. They made their first ever Gulf South Conference tournament last year and returned some of their key scorers in Montgomery, Blevins, and of course you got Sue Deckham. So what can we expect to see out of this Lee team, Michael?
I mean, obviously this is a very good team defensively, only giving up less than 40% field goal percentage on the season. So it's going to be very, very difficult to score against them, although Union shoots about that just from the three-point line. So Union's played well offensively so far, and Lee's played very well defensively, so something's got to give in that matchup.
Let's go ahead and look at the starting lineup for the Flames. They are coached by Bubba Smith, the Furman graduate, in his 3rd season at the helm at Lee. 34 wins, 34 losses. He'll start Cody Jones, the senior guard out of Holly Pond, Alabama. Ryan Montgomery, the junior forward, leading the Flames in field goal percentage at 66%, averaging 14 points and 7 boards a game. Parker Sue Deckham, the point guard for this Flames team, the junior out of Brentwood, Tennessee, coming off of a 6.5 assist game at Trevecca. And then you've got Michael McGurk, the sophomore guard out of White Plains, Alabama, 11 points per game. And then Colton Blevins, the junior forward out of Jamestown, Tennessee, the transfer out of Tennessee Tech, averaging 14 points a game for this Flames team. Shifting gears now to talk about the Bulldogs, let's go ahead and give you the starting lineups for Union, coached by Dave Niven in his 10th season, 167 wins, 121 losses. He'll send out J.C. Hawkins, the sophomore forward. He's the only Bulldog to start every game this season. Then you've got Bryson Butler, the junior guard, athletic as all get out, 12 points per game. Then you've got Tarandis Smith, 14 points per game. He's averaged 24 points in his last 3 games. Peyton Stovall, the freshman point guard out of Winfield, Alabama, 9 points per game, 3 assists, 4 rebounds. The well-rounded Peyton Stovall. Then you've got LaDante Hicks-Gentry, and I believe they made a late change in the starting lineup, as instead of Hicks-Gentry, they will send out Samori Gay, the 6'10 junior forward out of Angers, France. They've been going back and forth between Hicks-Gentry and Gay. So for this Union team, real quick, Michael, coming off of their second consecutive loss, they haven't played in about 2 weeks. What can they do to shake off the rust and get back on track with a win against the Flames?
You know, Logan, I think it comes down to the play of Tarandis Smith and Bryson Butler. They have been keyed in and really developed a lot of chemistry throughout the season, had a couple of alley-oops to one another in the last game, and I believe if they can get it going early on, they can cause some trouble for the Flames today.
Bryson Butler had a SportsCenter top 10 moment early on in the season, and this Union team well capable of creating more in the future. Let's go ahead and kick it down to Josh Simmons for the starting lineups.
The second half of tonight's doubleheader between the Lee University Flames and your Union Bulldogs. Let's get right to our starting lineups. First of all, for the Flames of Lee University, Cleveland, Tennessee head coach Carl Smith. Starting at guard, a 6'3 senior from Holly Pond, Alabama, number 0, Cody Jones. Starting at forward, a 6'6 junior from Chattanooga, Tennessee, number 5, Ryan Montgomery. Starting at guard, 6' junior from Brentwood, Tennessee, number 14, Carter Snooper. Starting at guard, 6'4 sophomore from White Plains, Alabama, number 25, Michael McGurk. And starting at forward, a 6'9 junior from Jamestown, Tennessee, number 30, Colton Levens. And now, for your Union Bulldogs, head coach David Niven, assistant coach Easton Gonzalez. Starting at guard, a 6'6 sophomore from Independence, Kentucky, number 3, J.C. Hawkins. Starting at guard, a 6'2 junior from Chicago, Illinois, number 5, Bryson Butler. At forward, a 6'10 junior from France, number 15, Samori Gay. At forward, a 6'4 junior from Denmark, Tennessee, number 21, Tarandis Smith. And guard, 6-foot freshman from Winfield, Alabama, number 22, Peyton Stovall.
We have the starting lineups for these two teams, and Lee, again, a team that has won 6 in a row. They're undefeated on the road. Union very good at defending the Fred. They are 4-1 games this year, so something has got to give. Again, the starting 5, got Hawkins, Butler, Smith, Stovall, and Gay. And for Lee, Jones, Montgomery, Sudekum, Dirk, and Levens. Union will send out Gay to tip things off. We'll go up against Colton Levens. And coming off of a 61-44 victory at Tribeca, a game where Blevins had a game-high 20 points. Lee shot the ball very well, 50% from the field. Also out-rebounded Tribeca as well. Should be a great game between the Bulldogs and the Flames. And the Flames win the tip, and we're underway here at the Fred DeLay Gym. Chance of defense from the Bulldogs bench. Backdoor cut, and McGurk misses the bunny.
Wow.
And it'll be Union ball the other way.
I think there's something wrong with that rim, Logan. We saw a miss very similar to that in the girls' game earlier.
Multiple misses. No good from 3 was Tarandis Smith. Smith, red hot, coming off of a 24-point performance at Lemoyne-Owen. They'll stop play. They're going to get a foul away from the ball on Jones.
Ever since Tyree Boykin went down for the Bulldogs earlier this season, Logan, Tarandis Smith has really stepped up and played a big part in the team's success so far.
He has. He's played in nearly every game this season, and he's now only averaging 14 a game, but the last 3, as I mentioned, 24 points per game as Samori Gay with a smooth move down low. Going back to Smith, as I mentioned, 24 points per game, shooting 56% from the field, and has made 13 threes in his last 3 games.
Absolutely.
24 points per game, I should say. So Union on the board first, 2-0. Blevins, a quick jumper, rattles in, and it's all knotted up at 2. Union looking to answer quickly here. Smith off the glass, good. What a powerful move and finish by the 6'4", 190-pound Tarandis Smith.
Terrific job by Smith there, and when he gets going downhill, he's almost unstoppable around the basket.
Very explosive athlete for this Bulldog team. Sudeckham with it. Now top of the key, Montgomery. Jones will pop the 3. No good, off back iron. Hawkins with the rebound for the Bulldogs.
And Hawkins has improved so much as a ball handler in the last 2 seasons, Logan. A year ago, there's no way we would have seen him bring it up the court for the Bulldogs, but Coach Niven very comfortable with that now.
What a move by Bryson Butler to create an open shot there, just unable to convert. Now Jones, a nice crossover, a block by Gay. Here come the Bulldogs the other way. It's a mismatch on the numbers, doesn't matter. Butler goes up, and it looked like a block there by Blevins, although it was close to goaltending. Looked like it was going
very
down
close
from my perspective. Jones with a smooth reverse layup. And it's all tied up at 4.
Yeah, Bryson Butler was looking around for the goaltend on that last play, but didn't get the call.
Inside to Gay. Blevins guarding him. And stripped. Nice job by Gay to get on the floor. It'll be a jump ball. Possession will go to the Bulldogs.
Good job by Gay there, even though he got the ball stripped from him. Didn't give up on the play and was able to retain possession.
And we'll get our first look at Ty Parks, the freshman guard out of Pocahontas, Tennessee. 6'4", has a very, very bright future for the Union Bulldogs.
It's hard to believe he's only 6'4". He's one of the longest players I've seen at that height.
Yeah, absolutely right. Just an unreal wingspan coming off of an 8-point, 8-rebound performance at Lemoyne Owen. Last game, they got to shoot. It's a shot clock violation. I don't think Union realized how much time was left on the clock.
Yeah. You don't usually see 6'4" players leading their team in rebounds at the college level, Logan.
Yeah, and Parks is doing it at 7 rebounds a game. Yeah, 9 points, 7 rebounds. Season high 17 points and 9 boards at the heartbreaking loss at McKendree earlier in the season. Blevins high off the glass and got it. Blevins is a problem down low for the Flames. Blevins standing in at 6'9", 226 pounds. Over the top to Gay, and it's a turnover. Here come the Flames the other way. Sudeckham, circus shot, unable to get it to fall.
Unable to get it on the backboard there.
Yeah. Now here's Union the other way. Lee, a team that doesn't really force a lot of turnovers a game. It should be a high-scoring game as J.C. Hawkins will score as Sudeckham a little banged up on that last play. He'll check out. Kentrell Evans, the freshman, will check in.
Great move by Hawkins there to get to the basket.
That was a good move, and tied up at 6 now. LaDante Hicks-Gentry checks in for the Bulldogs. Hicks-Gentry coming in, averaging 6 points, 3 rebounds, but making the most of his opportunity, shooting 54% from the field.
Hicks-Gentry is a guy that Union has been able to count on in the post. Anytime they need a bucket, he's usually come through.
Whistle before the shot. They'll call the foul on Hawkins. That'll be his first. We'll get our first look at Tevin Florent. And Florent, a little bit early for him to check in. He's only averaging around 11 minutes per game this season, a step back of what we saw freshman year last year. Florent, a guy that won the Gulf South Conference Freshman of the Week twice, as the bucket is good there by Blevins. He has 6 of the team's 8.
Yeah, Florent's a guy who his ceiling is very, very high, but he's been hurt a little bit by the addition of Samori Gay and LaDante Hicks-Gentry as far as minutes. And we could see him start to get a few more minutes here, but he's done a pretty good job, though, converting on his attempts that he has had this year.
Hicks-Gentry misses from straight away. That was only his 11th 3 attempted all season. Blevins just inside the line, no good. Florent with a rebound. It's one thing we know about Florent. He is aggressive, likes to rebound the ball, very agile as well, can sky high to get a rebound. Nice dish from Stovall down low, but unable to finish is Hicks-Gentry. Blevins got a fingertip on it. Other way, Brian Montgomery with a two-handed flush. Only a matter of time before we saw Montgomery make an impact, and here's a turnover. And Jones will back up. And Evans with it will give it to Blevins. Lee will set up the offense. Inside to Blevins, quick look, but they're going to call a foul.
That was a very, very late whistle there.
Referee was waiting to see how the play developed there, and a missed shot. They're going to say Florent hit on the arm caused him to miss the shot, and therefore he will go to the line to shoot 2. Back and forth start to this ball game, but Lee with a 10-6 advantage early on here at the Fred DeLay Gym.
This changes everything. TiVo is here. Search and control your cable channels and streaming video apps with one remote. Record 6 shows at once and build a library of favorites with one pass recording. Then watch on any TV in your home or browse and view on Wi-Fi devices with the free View It app. Call E+ Broadband to add TiVo and ask about our new packages.
Back here at the Fred DeLay Gym, a very animated Dave Niven in the huddle. This is his 10th season coaching the Bulldogs, 167 wins for Niven in 10 seasons at the helm. Union got off to a quick start, but Lee is locked in defensively. Union has turned the ball over 3 times, and Colton Blevins, nobody has an answer for him down low yet.
Yeah, I think that's what Niven's upset about right now, Logan. David Niven does not like the way they're defending Colton Blevins. They have been very soft so far down in the post, and he's been able to take advantage of that.
This is a Lee team. You see head coach Bubba Smith in the huddle. For Smith, this is his 16th season overall as a coach. 13 seasons at the Division III level. His overall record, 227 wins, 189 losses. But this is a Lee team that keeps on getting better, keeps on improving with Smith at the helm. His first season, they finished 11-17, 8th in the Gulf South Conference, and improved to 16-12, finishing 4th and getting knocked out in the first round by Delta State last year. Blevins hits the first of 2 at the charity stripe. He is a 71% free throw shooter.
Yeah, and this is a team that has a chance to make a legitimate run in the conference here, Logan. They're at the top of the standings right now at 4-0. We'll see what they can do against some of the tougher competition later on in the season.
We'll get our first look at the freshman Josh Lowe as Blevins with 8 points will take a seat. Lowe, the freshman from Ashburton, New Zealand, 6'8". This is his 8th game played this season. We'll see our first look at J.C. Clausey from the men's side. He's dribbling the basketball right now. Florent with the drive, goes up strong, unable to finish.
Double clutch that and didn't quite have the strength to get it up over the defender after that.
Around the perimeter, also checking in is the highly touted 6'7" guard Quay Kennedy, the freshman out of Columbia, Tennessee, the reigning freshman of the week in the Gulf South Conference. The deep 3, Kentrell Evans, no good. Parks with a rebound. Union looking to get back in the scoring column, scoreless over the last 2.5 minutes and counting. Around the perimeter, Parks his first look of the game, and it's pure.
Parks has a chance to get going from 3 here, only shooting 17% or so on the season, but hit his first one there.
4 of 23 on the season as Parks. So if you're the freshman, good to see one of those finally go down.
Absolutely. He's done everything else well, but the threes just haven't fallen for him so far.
Kennedy leaves the floater short. Parks with another rebound. Parks everywhere on the court for the Bulldogs. Butler with it. Inside to Hicks Gentry. That's too deep. And the Bulldogs have cut it to a 1-point game.
Excellent spin move and then the pass by Butler. I think the defender thought he was gonna go up for a shot or something, but got the defender caught between him and Hicks Gentry, and it was too late by the time he passed it.
And Hicks Gentry using his wide frame to his advantage there with the good look there and a good finish. Now the other side, they're going to get a foul on Tevin Florent. That will be his first. And we'll see J.C. Hawkins back in the game. It's two number 3s check again. Hawkins for Union and Leander Ridgway Jr., the sophomore out of Meigs County, Tennessee. Ridgway averaged 8 points and 4 rebounds a game last year. Pull-up jumper by Montgomery, and it's good. A nice screen set led to an open jump shot for Montgomery. Give them 4. Now the other way, here's Union. Butler guarded by Evans. Now Butler on the drive, spins, tough shot, gets it to go. And Bryson Butler, first 2 points of the evening. Butler, a very, very talented guard for this Union team out of Kishwaukee Community College, and a junior from Chicago. A tough shot there, and again, Kentrell Evans, and you don't want to see this. After a made shot, rolled his ankle.
It's like a walk-off. With the help of a couple of teammates. He won't even walk off, actually. They're carrying him.
And we'll see. And you hate to see this. The young freshman from Chattanooga, very, very talented guard, and you hope he's okay. We'll take a media timeout here. Lee up 3 over the Bulldogs. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Union basketball here on E+ TV6.
Community leaders are talking about Steve Beverly's TV classics, but are they serious? Do they like classic TV? Do they really watch?
That's a lot of questions in one sentence, Steve.
What do they think about the host?
I don't have any clear answers to that.
What usually happens if you watch TV classics?
A very entertaining evening for people.
Watch TV Classics Saturday and Sunday at 7 on TV6.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Back here at the Fred DeLay Gym. Union trailing Lee 16-13. A back and forth game. Lee had a 6-point lead early on, but Union able to claw back. Ty Parks and you know, quite frankly, balanced scoring all around from the Bulldogs here early in this game.
Yeah, the last 2 possessions really fueled by the work of Bryson Butler with the assist to LaDonta Hicks Gentry and then with the bucket himself. Yeah, Union has played really, really well on offense. It's just a matter of getting stops at the other end and trying to tie this game up and maybe take the lead here in a minute.
Both teams shooting 50% from the field. Lee 7 of 14, Union 6 of 12. Lee has not hit a 3. They're 0 of 2. Union 1 of 4 from downtown. And early on, Union working the glass, 8 rebounds to Lee's 5. But really, this is a game that's been, for the most part, decided in the paint. Both teams really looking to go down low and get their offense from there. So Union getting a little bit taller with this lineup here. You've got Butler, Hawkins, Clausey, Smith, and Gay out there. Butler with it on the drive, splits the defender. Circus layup, no good. And the rebound goes to Sue Deckham. Now here come the Flames the other way. Sue Deckham open for 3 left corner, short.
You can't leave a guy that wide open from 3. I know he's only shooting 18% on the year, but hasn't shot that many 3s, and he can hit them when he's open.
And they'll call the foul on the freshman Josh Lowe. That'll be his first. Stovall will check back in for the Bulldogs, along with Blevins and Jones for Lee. Checking out is Kennedy and Lowe. Checking out for the Bulldogs will be Butler. So it'll be Union ball. Working it around the perimeter with 12 to shoot. A lot of off-ball movement by the Bulldogs. And a travel on Samori Gay as a lead defender got a hand in there and Gay fell down.
Yeah, I think the officials are saying that the defender just hit the ball, and that's why they didn't call the foul.
It's what it looked like from here as well. Union with a bit of a press look here. Now Lee will set up their offense. Around the perimeter, and Blevins throws it away. Passed it before he even saw.
Yeah. That's why you have to be in sync as an offense and know exactly where everyone's going to be on the court.
Montgomery will check out. Checking in is McGurk. Union with it. Working it around the perimeter. Inside to Gay now. Gay against Blevins. Takes one dribble. Now Gay will look to reposition. Right hook off the glass, good. Tough shot, but Gay able to get it to go.
Strong move by Samori Gay.
Samori Gay, the 6'10 junior out of France. Transfer from Kilgore Community College. Guy that didn't really, and it's out of bounds, and it'll be Union ball with a chance to take the lead. But Gay, a guy that didn't really put up a lot of solid numbers last year for Kilgore Community College. Only averaged around 4 points and 4 rebounds, but you can tell that Gay is a really good fundamental player. Absolutely.
He's a good fundamental player, and he does a lot of the little things, too, that help a team win, whether that's getting a loose ball or setting a good screen. Samori is a guy you want to have on your team, and he can step outside a little bit, but that one didn't fall there.
Gay attempting to extend his range there with the jumper, unable to get it to go. Ridgway driving baseline. Quick ball movement here. Ridgway again driving baseline. He'll go up, and they're going to get Stovall with the foul. Stovall rising up. Attempted to block it, but a good foul there as he'll make Ridgway earn it from the charity stripe. Ridgway on the season only 2 of 2 this season. Hicks, Gentry, and Parks will check in after the first free throw. Rims out.
Go from being a 100% free throw shooter to 67%.
Yeah, that's it's definitely not the number you want to see go down, free throw percentage. But either way, Ridgway Jr. only averaging around 9 minutes a game this season. And again, I think his numbers are a little bit off on the stat sheet because he has played pretty much every game this season, but the stats only have him with 6 games played. And looking at the stats, they have Ridgway as a player that's not even on their roster, but again, you got to love athletic websites at the Division II level.
Yeah.
Parks with a forced shot miss. Now here's Lee the other way. Blevins straightaway 3, and it's nothing but the bottom of the net.
And Blevins can absolutely step outside. He doesn't shoot a lot of threes, but he's shooting 45% on the year on the 20 attempts he has had.
9 of 20 make him 10 of 21. Now here's Union the other way. Stovall driving right. Will kick it to Parks. They're going to have to make something happen here. Hawkins on the drive. Smith will take the right corner 3, falling down. Tipped into the hands of Hawkins. He got rim stuffed on that one on the layup. So Union will set up their offense once more. Union working it around the perimeter in the hands of Parks. Smith on the drive, and a kiss off the glass good for Tarandis Smith.
Another strong move down to the right side.
Smith with 4 for the Bulldogs. 3-point game. Blevins, a fadeaway jumper. Don't know what he was thinking there. And
I
loose
think
ball.
Blevins thought he was Dirk Nowitzki there.
Think so. Hawkins, easy lane. They're going to call a block as McGurk was in the restricted area. Hawkins will go to the line to shoot 2.
Yeah, McGurk had his feet set, but Again, in the restricted area, you've got to be careful of that. I think these refs are going to call that more than the referee crew from the women's game earlier.
Possibly so. But Hawkins will go to the line to shoot 2. Only 1 of 4 on the season is the sophomore out of Independence, Kentucky. First one is good. So just like, how Ridgeway, in the span of one trip to the line, lowered his free throw percentage to 100% to 75, Hawkins increases his percentage from 25% to 40%.
Has a chance to make it 50% this time. And he's a good shooter. He makes his free throws usually. Just the couple he shot this year haven't necessarily fallen.
2 of 2 at the line is Hawkins. Hawkins, the only returner healthy from last year from the Bulldogs.
Wow.
1-2-2 look from the Bulldogs on the press. Smith had a trap there, but instead Union will drop back into a 2-3 zone. We'll see how Lee attacks the zone here. They get Montgomery in the middle. Again, Lee 1 of 4 from downtown. They want to see if they can force, and that's what you don't want to see happen in a zone, as Lowe gets an easy look down low.
Got to be more disciplined than that.
Back to a 3-point game. Here's Union with it now. Butler on the drive, and the foul will go on Sudeckham. That will be Sudekham's first. And we'll have immediate timeout. Again, a back-and-forth game, but Lee has maintained the lead for the majority of the half. Union will look to capitalize after this commercial break.
Propane, 95% generated in the U.S., is a gas that works anywhere. Central tanks for fleets, vehicles, portable tanks for forklifts, lawnmowers, the fuel you can take anywhere. Even backup generation runs off propane, household appliances, outdoor features. To find out more about affordable, clean, versatile propane, contact JEA's ProGas, 422-7500, the alternative fuel that makes sense. Propane, part of JEA today.
Back here at the Fred DeLay Gym, Lee holding the 3-point edge over the Bulldogs at the under 8 media timeout. And Michael, this has been a back-and-forth game, really for Union. Balanced scoring, just unable to get a stop at times on the defensive end, and really no answer for Colton Blevins.
Yeah, absolutely no answer for Colton Blevins. And he's done it from every spot on the court. He's hit a couple of layups, he's had a fadeaway, and then hit the 3-point shot a couple of minutes ago. And they're going to have to figure out a way to stop him if they want to win this game.
11 points in 9 minutes. It's pretty decent, if I say so myself. But you look at the turnovers, too. It's 4-2. Union with 4, Lee with 2. Blevins does have all 2 of the team's turnovers. Union with the ball underneath the basket. It'll be Smith to inbound it from the far baseline. Inside to Butler with contact. Can't finish. That was a tough shot there by Bryson Butler. He'll give it to him again on the left corner. He thought about it, stepped back, and good defense by Montgomery. And it's a blocking foul on Ryan Montgomery. That will be his first.
Did they call that on the floor?
I believe so. If this was the NBA, he would be at the line. But
yeah.
So that would have been on the gather, but ultimately it will be on the floor. 1 foul each for everyone on the court right now for Lee. 2 fouls, and Union will be shooting the bonus. And a stop and play here, and Union has some very talented people, hard at work, that we don't really get to see a whole lot of, we don't really mention a lot of, but that gentleman down there sweeping the court, he's been doing it for a long time, and really one of the hardest working people that I see.
He's been doing that since he graduated from here, Logan.
It truly is.
Close to 30 years ago, I believe.
Truly is an awesome story to see. Logan Whaley, Michael Chapman bringing you the call here on E+ TV6. Our wonderful crew at Worthy Road Studio as Hicks Gentry misses a 3 long, and a tough landing for Josh Lowe. He'll get right back up. It'll be Lee ball. But Paul Scholze, Steve Beverly, got Miles Randall on the camera. A bit short-handed here as students are still on break, but doing a phenomenal job on the broadcast. McGurk, open 3, and just rims off short.
Almost got the shooter's touch there.
Almost did. That was a good look there. Nice off-ball screen to open him up as well. Smith driving baseline, takes a tough shot, 2 defenders on him, and airballs it long.
Not quite sure what was going through Smith's head there, but
Smith with 4 points and 4 rebounds, 2 of 5 from the field. Tipped. Nice job by J.C. Hawkins defensively, using his wide wingspan there to tip that one out of bounds. It'll be 13 to shoot for Lee. Sue Deckham, Lowe, and Jones checking out. We'll run down the 5 on the court for the Flames. You have Quay Kennedy, Kentrell Evans, Colton Blevins, Michael McGurk, and finally you have Ryan Montgomery. 5 to shoot. Evans with it inside to Blevins, and late in the shot clock, that's about as easy as a look as you can find. Again, if there is one issue for Union defensively, or for Union this year, it would be their defense. Not really forcing a lot of turnovers. In fact, teams are only averaging around 12 turnovers a game.
Yeah.
They play Union, and Union only holding teams to 75 points a game. That's a number you want to see decrease if you're Coach Niven.
Yeah, and that's going to get even tougher in conference play. The Gulf South Conference is a very, very strong conference when it comes to basketball. And, I mean, 75 points a game against non-conference opponents translates to probably 85 in the Gulf South.
Wide open, almost a set shot there from Colton Blevins, unable to get it to go. His feet never left the ground. Union the other way, trailing by 5 with 5 minutes to go here. And Hicks Gentry just threw up a prayer, but somehow, some way, Bryson Butler recovers. Count the basket and the foul. Foul goes to Blevins. That will be his first. I think Hicks Gentry thought he was fouled and just decided to throw up a prayer.
Yeah.
But somehow, some way, it actually turned out to be a decent pass into the hands of.
He might get an assist off of that play. We'll see what the scorers table does over there.
I don't think they gave him an assist on that.
Oh.
I think they did give him a pass though, since there's not a missed shot.
Yeah.
In the score. I mean, it probably could be an assist.
Hicks Gentry only 4 assists on the year so far. He'd love to get that number up a little bit. About a third of an assist a game.
Yeah. Butler hits the and one free throw attempt, and it's a 2-point game. Some token pressure applied, 2-1-2 look for the Bulldogs. And Lee easily able to break it. Union sometimes with a hard press, and sometimes they'll just apply some token pressure as left corner, the tray is good by the sophomore Michael McGurk. Do they call that a 2? No, they called it a 3. McGurk with 3 points now. The scoreboard does have him with 5. But we'll go with what the stats on my iPad say. Losing the handle is Parks, and Parks, we've seen that past couple times he's had the ball. Lose the handle on it. Lee ball the other way. Union now with 5 turnovers. Working it around the perimeter. Nice pass. Gay was not looking.
Oh, my goodness.
As Blevins will lay it in. Blevins now with 15 points.
Samori Gay could have just seen that pass at all. He could have easily knocked it down and gotten the turnover.
Gay on the other end with a travel. And we'll have immediate timeout. Lee with a pretty nice run they're on right now. It's a 5-0 run. Union struggling from the field. We'll see if Coach Niven can find the right message to turn this game around after this.
I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe, West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39.
7-point game here at the Fred DeLay Gym. Logan Whaley, Michael Chapman with you here on E+ TV6, final media timeout of the half, and we've just seen a total takeover by Colton Blevins.
Yeah, I mean, 15 points, and we're still in the first half here. Blevins has done it, again, from everywhere on the court, and we haven't figured out a way to stop him.
Union only with 22 points. They've missed one of their last 5 from 3. They are one of their last 5 from the field. Blevins, guy that averages 13.6 points per game, and he's already surpassed that. Not even done with the first half. We've only played a little over 16 minutes. So it'll be lead ball here. Union again applying 1-2-2 token pressure. Kentrell Evans with it. Good to see him back in the game after twisting his ankle on a shot attempt. Lee able to easily break the press. McGurk on the drive, and he hammers it home.
And that's the second time McGurk has gotten wide open from the corner on that press, Logan. And first time he hit a 3, and that time he just went to the hole, and no one there to contest the shot.
Union has employed that soft press, and Lee has been easily able to pick that press apart. Stovall with it. Parks thought about it. Now on the drive, kicks it to Gay. Gay against Lowe. Gay, despite the size advantage, takes the step-back jumper and drains it. It's probably one of those shots where if you're Coach Niven, you're saying, no, 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 and then it falls.
Yeah.
Yes, good shot.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a long 2 from a guy who's not necessarily known for hitting a deep shot, but, I mean, if it goes in, that's the best shot there is.
And again, McGurk on the other end, 7 points, and Lee with it the other way now. Union just struggling on offense. Here's Quay Kennedy from downtown, and the Flames have taken a double-digit lead, 36-24, and Dave Niven will take a timeout. The Flames are red hot here at the Fred DeLay Gym. 12-point lead for Lee.
Want to make your life a little easier? Now you can manage your Jackson Energy Authority account online. View statements, pay your bill, set up reminders, or recurring payments. Spend more time with your family, not your bills. It's easy. Just visit www.jaxenergy.com anytime and sign up. Make your life a little easier with online bill pay from Jackson Energy Authority.
Lee on a big run right now. And over the last 30 seconds, a quick 5-0 run, but they're on a 12-2 run right now. They're leading at Union 36-24. What does Union need to do offensively to get back on track?
I mean, it comes down to just hitting your shots, Logan, and not turning the ball over. And ultimately, I think they need to get the ball inside more. The one make they've had was a step back deep 2 from Samori Gay, and even that's not the shot you want. Get the ball inside like Samori just did there, and hopefully they can get back on track offensively.
Yeah, Union only 1 of 6 from downtown, and they've had success going inside, as Gay did there, and will go to the line to shoot 2. Gay will be his first 2 attempts of the game. He's 15 of 25 on the season, 60%. And again, you can tell that Union's sorely missing Tyree Boykin. Boykin, before going out with an injury, averaging 24 points per game, 54% from the field, 51% from 3, and honestly looked like one of the most improved players in the conference, and he was already a good player last year.
Absolutely. And towards the end of last year, there was the West Alabama game where I think he had 37 points and led the team to a narrow victory. And I mean, we've seen the development over the course of his career, and 48 points to start the year this season, but unfortunately, he hasn't been able to play the last 6 games or so for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, Boykin, I mean, went off with 77 points in his first 2 games.
Yeah.
I mean, unreal. But then that Southern Arkansas game a few weeks ago, that was back on November 24th. That's the last time we've seen Boykin on the court. So hopefully he gets well soon. But if not, I do believe that redshirting him could be an option for the Bulldogs.
Mm-hmm. And he's played in few enough games where that is still an option.
Stovall with a good effort defensively there for the Bulldogs. It will be Lee Ball with 16 to shoot. It'll be Kennedy sent to inbound. And I tell you, the Flames We've got to be excited getting a guy like Quay Kennedy, a 6'7" guard out of Columbia, Tennessee, the Tennessee District 8 3A Player of the Year, averaging around 21 points and 8 rebounds a game last year in high school. Rebound by Butler after the miss. 10-point game, chance to cut it to single digits with this possession. Smith on the drive, tried to kick it out to Hawkins, but it was tipped, and possession will stay with the Bulldogs. But Kennedy last game wasn't his best showing, only shot the ball twice, missing both of his attempts, but he did grab a season-high 7 rebounds in 4 minutes. He scored 12 points 3 times this season, which is his season high, including the game against Valdosta State, where Lee pulled off the huge upset, winning 71-70 as the tray is good by Tarandis Smith. Give him 7. And now on the other end, here's Smith. And Foltz, oh,
wow.
He missed what would have been a highlight reel dunk, and oh man.
I said give him 9 too soon, Logan. Anytime Tarandis Smith is out in the fast break all around, I assume it's going to be a bucket.
Oh, man.
Maybe got a little too aggressive there. Should have just gone for the layup. But
you take 2 points any way you could get it, but oh, my goodness. I probably would have been on the floor if he would have hit that dunk. Took off from what felt like the 3-point line. Just took off, soared, just unable to get it, and it'll be Union ball. But golly, it is a sight to see Tarandis Smith on a fast break. This team, as I mentioned, when they click offensively, they are so fun to watch between Bryson Butler, Ty Parks, Tarandis Smith, and Smith will take a seat.
Absolutely, and Bryson Butler had that SportsCenter top 10 dunk, but when I talked to him the day after that, he said he is only the 3rd most athletic guy on this team with Tarandis Smith and Ty Parks ahead of him.
Jeez, I mean, it's unreal, the potential this team has down the stretch, and they'll get Samori Gay with a foul. Montgomery will go to the line to shoot 2. But again, Union 7-5 this year, 2-2 in conference play. They're coming off of a year where they were 12-16, 6-14 in conference play. This team last year, again, pretty much every single year for the past couple years, they've had new players. And it's been a challenge for Coach Niven to get these guys to really gel together as a team and buy into the system. And we saw it last year. Union, just a tough stretch where they lost 9 of 10, and it really just felt like all was lost. But they did bounce back in one of the final games of the season, defeating West Alabama as 1 of 2 good for Lee there. Union will have the last shot, down 9. This is a team that, honestly, from my eyes, looks like they're a lot better than last year. But can they harness the talent together to get a competitive season and compete in the Gulf South Conference? That remains to be seen.
Yeah.
Butler against Montgomery. Screen set by Gay. Butler, tough shot, unable to get it to go, but Parks follow, no good. And that will be the end of the first half. So Lee using a big spark from Colton Blevins to take a 9-point lead into the locker room. 38-29 the score at the half. We'll go ahead and run down some of the stats. And early on, some hot shooting by the Flames. 52% from the field. Blevins with 15 points, 6 of 9 from the field. And then turnovers. Union with 8, Lee with 3. Lee taking care of the basketball. Union, some good offensive possessions, but then other times not so much. So a competitive first half, but Lee ultimately taking the advantage. What were some of your takeaways in that first half?
Yeah, I think Lee just did a very good job defensively, not letting Union get into a rhythm. Almost a bend but don't break type of situation where, yes, Union got a couple of buckets, but they never got into a flow and into a rhythm in this game, and I think that's why Lee has the 9-point lead right now.
And we'll go ahead and take a quick commercial break. We'll be back at the desk to run down some stats here in the first half of play, but at the half, Lee holds a 38-29 advantage over the Bulldogs.
When I first came to Union, it was already like March or April of my senior year, and I hadn't decided where I wanted to go. I was looking at big Christian schools, small Christian schools, even state schools. I didn't want a Christian school that would just hide me away from the world and like just teach me to live within a Christian environment that hasn't shielded me from secular beliefs or opinions or ideas, but it's taught me how to think about it through Christian lenses. There's so many things I love about Union. One of them is definitely the professors. They have all taken such a personal interest in my growth, and they have all been very, very dedicated to helping me grow, both as a Christian and as a student. If I had to sum it up in one word, I would definitely say opportunity. It's given me so many chances to be a leader in different clubs and organizations. It's given me the chance to expand professionally, to build my portfolio. It's given me a chance to pursue my own interests and passions, and it's just been an extremely encouraging and empowering environment.
Propane, 95% generated in the U.S., is a gas that works anywhere. Central tanks for fleets, vehicles. Portable tanks for forklifts, lawnmowers. The fuel you can take anywhere. Even backup generation runs off propane. Household appliances, outdoor features. To find out more about affordable, clean, versatile propane, contact JEA's ProGas, 422-7500. The alternative fuel that makes sense. Propane, part of JEA today.
I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe, West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39.
I'm audit manager at Thompson Greenspan. I've been here now 10 years, July. Focus on construction contractors and employee benefit plan audits. I graduated right after the 2008 tornado.
For the records, I'm 92, looking forward to 100. 4 of my children came to Union and graduated. I love everything about Union. There's nothing about Union that I don't love.
The earliest that I heard of Union University must have been in my early teens or before. My father was on the board for 6 years, and it was during that period of time that the school moved from downtown Jackson to north of the expressway, which was pretty much the wildlands in those days.
From the time I started to school, my dad talked to me about when you go to college. Not if, but when. So it was a matter of where I would go to college, and I wanted to go to a large state school. He didn't think that was a good idea, so due to his encouragement, I went to Union, and I loved it.
The atmosphere on a Christian campus is different. I've known several presidents. We have great leadership now with Dub. I'm grateful for the strong academics.
I like the small class size. It really fit. Like going and doing the campus tour, it just fit with what I wanted out of college.
I was a biology major with a chemistry minor at Union. I liked the fact that you knew the teachers, and if you had a problem, you could go to them and talk with them. They would help you. I just think it's a good place. If I had children, that's where they would go.
My mother was a very devout Christian lady. She raised us in the nurture of the Lord. When my father died, she told us, the 4 children, that she had started a scholarship at Union University in memory of her husband, Judge Bateman, and our father, and invited us to make contributions if we were so led.
It's amazing that people did not die after that tornado. After that happened, the Union community and Greater Jackson Madison County churches really came together and gave back so much to us. I think that the connection with Union's community because of the tornado and the personal connection that I really felt with my professors really makes me want Union to succeed.
I had a scholarship to Union, so I know how valuable a scholarship is and how much it can help you. I sold the farm where I grew up, and I wanted to do something in memory of my dad. He had only an 8th grade education in a 1-teacher school, and he valued education so highly. So I thought a scholarship at Union would be about the best thing I could do.
my 4 children got help, and without help, they could not have come to Union. So I'm grateful. And in a little way, I'm not a huge contributor, but in some small way, I'll enjoy helping somebody come to Union that could not come otherwise.
I think that Christian education, both high school and college, will be the salvation of this country. I contribute some to a Christian high school, but primarily to Union University, because the college education level is where young people really begin to form their permanent values.
I'm probably still practicing Christian because I went to a Christian school. If someone gives to you, you have to continue to give back to them. I think it's very important as business leaders that we give back to our community. Union is helping prepare the next generation of Christian leaders. Union could be the stepping stone for the next Tennessee senator.
You've heard 4 incredible stories of why these donors invest with Union. And I want to, on behalf of all of us at Union, thank them and all of you for the ways that you share your resources and help us achieve our mission at Union. That mission to provide Christ-centered education that promotes excellence and character development in service to church and society can only be if you and people like you invest in what we're doing at Union. Thank you so much for caring about us and our mission, for helping provide opportunities for students to experience the incredible education they receive at Union. May God bless you, and may God bless Union University.
Community leaders are talking about Steve Beverly's TV classics, but are they serious? Do they like classic TV? Do they really watch?
That's a lot of questions in one sentence, Steve.
What do they think about the host?
I don't have any clear answers to that.
What usually happens if you watch TV classics?
A very entertaining evening for people.
Watch TV Classics Saturday and Sunday at 7 on TV6.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe, West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39.
Gig, 1,000 megabit speed, now available to any E+ broadband internet customer. This gig enhanced infrastructure has the capacity to increase speeds in the future. E+ broadband, what many interpreted as JA's entrance into cable television, was actually the foundation of an unparalleled communications infrastructure. Looking out for Jackson's economic and lifestyle future is all a part of JEA today.
Well, much like we saw in the women's game between Union and Lee, a low-scoring first half. Union trailing Lee 38 to 29. And Michael, Lee with a very, very good first half led by Colton Blevins. And we'll go ahead and look at the half stats here. We'll take a look, and right away you just see the difference. Lee shooting 52% from the field, 33% from downtown, 3 of 9. Both teams are 5 of 6 from the charity stripe. I believe actually Union 5 of 5. And you see the rebounds in favor of Union 20 to 13, but just unable to do anything offensively. Second chance points. Union with 4, Lee with none. Offensive rebounds though, Union with 7. So again, Union just really struggling on the offensive side of the basketball, but a lot of that could be accredited to Lee and their defensive effort. Union with 8 turnovers, as you see, and you see the points off turnovers there. Lee with 10. Union with 2 off of Lee's 3 turnovers. So Union not really playing great defense, and when you combine that
with the fact that they can't score on the offensive end, it's going to be a recipe for disaster. And you can almost say that it's a miracle that they're only down 9 at this point.
Absolutely, Logan, you're right. And we talked about it before the game. Lee's defense is playing very, very good this season, only giving up less than 40% shooting, and Union shooting less than 40%, which is uncharacteristic. They're a 48% team on the season. So we'll see if Union can get back on track offensively, and I think that will open up the door defensively, where hopefully that will force some mistakes from Lee and force some more turnovers, and everything will just spiral on itself.
Well, in Lee coming into this game, they've won 6 in a row. They stand on top of the Gulf South Conference, 7-5 on the season, but 4-0 in Gulf South play. They opened the season at 1-5, but wins over Auburn Montgomery, Martin Methodist, at Shorter, Valdosta, West Florida, and Trevecca. I mean, they are on a roll right now, and it continues tonight. Again, this is a team that defensively, as you mentioned, they're good, holding opponents to under 40% from the field, but 28% from 3, and that is something that you just love to see, and especially with Union. 2 of 7 from downtown. They got 1 from Smith and 1 from Parks, but that's been it.
Yeah.
Union really struggling to get anything going on the offensive end, but Samori Gay has had a good performance for the Bulldogs here in this first half, 8 points. Where does Union need to go in the second half?
I think they need to go outside to the guard play more. They were dependent on Samori Gay a lot and LaDante Hicks-Gentry a lot in the first half. I think if they can get it outside and get Bryson Butler and especially Peyton Stovall the ball, I think if Peyton Stovall can get a couple of buckets, get a couple of assists, I think Union's right back in this ball game.
And Stovall, a guy that, again, averages 9 points a game, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, hasn't really gotten going, 0 of 1 from the field, nothing else in 14 minutes of play. But Stovall has that capability. He is a solid lefty shooter, pure stroke. And, again, the guard play for Union, very, very good, as you mentioned, with Bryson Butler. You know what he brings to the table, especially, you know, with Stovall as well. Even Taranda Smith, he can play the guard position as well. Mm-hmm. So I think in the second half, you're right. I think the guard play does need to get more involved. But even inside, you know, LaDante Hicks-Gentry had an easy look down low. Samori Gay down low, but a lot of that was created by the guard play. And so solid guard play really opens up the door for many other opportunities for the Bulldogs. So with about a minute left to go before the second half begins, what does Lee need to do to hold on to the lead?
I mean, just keep doing what you've been doing. Take care of the basketball and play good, solid defense and play fundamental offense. And I think at that point, Lee wins this ball game.
Absolutely. 38-29 the score. Colton Blevins, 15 points on 6 of 9 shooting, 1 of 2 from downtown. And also, again, the rebounding battle, very surprising to me. Union 20 boards to Lee's 13. But again, Union just offensively can't get anything going. We'll see if that changes here in the second half. And honestly, defensively, would like to see more intensity from Union as well.
Absolutely. Force some turnovers and get out in the fast break, and that can help open up things for the offense as well.
And as you see here, you look on the offensive side of the ball, 8 points for Gay, 7 for Smith, 5 for Butler, 4 for Hawkins, 3 for Parks, and 2 for Hicks-Gentry. So really balanced scoring, but you'll see Union perhaps try to open up some. And even J.C. Clausey coming off the bench, he's only played 5 minutes, but he has potential to get hot and get hot quick. Mm-hmm. So really it's just a matter of one guy stepping up for Union and really just lighting a spark for this team. And Union is a team capable of that. They have many playmakers that can get hot at the right time for Union. And so second half about to get underway. Here are the 5 on the court for the Bulldogs. You've got Hawkins, Stovall, Gay, Smith, and Butler. And for Lee, should be the same 5 starters of Jones, Montgomery, Sudeckham, McGurk, and Blevins. And that is exactly what we'll see on the court. It will be Lee ball to start the second half. And we'll see if we see a different Union team here in this second half.
Yeah, just pick up the intensity on defense, and hopefully that will rally the team and they can make a little run here to start the half.
You know something? I don't see any referees. This is it's going to be kind of hard to play this. I mean, we could play pickup ball with the rules. And as soon as I say that, here come the referees out on the court. It's a little leisurely break in between halves here. So it'll be Lee ball. We're all ready here at the Fred DeLay Gym. And games around the Gulf South Conference and huge games going on. You have Valdosta State, number 9. And although that ranking will go down as they've dropped a couple games, 1 to Lee, and then also Emmanuel College.
Emmanuel College beat Valdosta State.
They did.
Wow.
Sure did, a couple days ago.
I missed that one.
Montgomery on the drive, and he'll finish, and the Flames strike early here to start the second half. And at the end of the first half, Valdosta with a 12-point lead over West Florida, the top 2 teams in the conference last year. And they'll get a foul on Colton Blevins down low. That'll be his second.
If Union can get Colton Blevins in foul trouble, they can be in business in the second half.
And I think that could be the game plan here. I mean, talked about getting the guards involved, getting the posts involved, going at Blevins. Blevins tried to reach there on Butler. Butler with a tough shot from the right elbow, able to get it to go. Chance of defense from the Union bench. Union needing a stop here on the defensive side of the ball. Gay playing off of Blevins. He has drained a 3 here today. Jones answers with a 3 on the other end. Cody Jones with his first 3 of the afternoon. He has 5. Out of bounds, it will stay with Union. We see a lot of deflected passes from this lead defense, a stat that doesn't really show up, except post-game, but either way, a lot of deflections, a lot active hands really on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, it just gets the offense out of rhythm, and it allows them to take breaks on defense and rest, and ultimately it just makes it harder for the other team to score when they're having to inbound the ball 2 or 3 times in a possession.
Nice possession there by the Bulldogs, getting a bucket from Tarandis Smith, and it's a 10-point deficit now inside the Blevins. They're not doubling him. He'll go up against Gay. Tough shot, off back iron.
An excellent defense from Samori Gay there. Didn't foul him and just contested the shot.
Oh, they'll call a blocking foul on McGurk, and Bryson Butler will go to the line to shoot 2.
I thought McGurk's feet were set there, actually, and I thought he was outside of the restricted area. It was very, very close.
Butler was a little bit out of control heading to the basket, but able to get back in control in time. Tried to throw up the shot there, unable to get it to go, but he'll shoot 2. Butler, 1 of 1 at the foul line today, an 84% shooter on the season. Hits the first. Butler, 3 of 10 from the field here today. Very aggressive. It is the junior out of Chicago. Off back iron, and Montgomery with a rebound. Could have been an over the back call on Smith, but no call there. Straightaway 3, no good by McGurk. Nice screen by Blevins to open up the shot. Unable to get it to go. Outside, Stovall kicks it to Smith. Left corner 3, short.
And Smith can hit that shot. Not a great shot selection, but with the hand in his face, but he's absolutely capable of hitting it.
Nice shot there by, nice move, a nice fake by Sudeckham, just unable to get the shot to fall. Union the other way, Butler thought about it. Inside to Gay. Gay had the position, spins, right-handed finish no good, but he'll be fouled by Blevins, and that is a big foul. That will be number 3 on the big man.
And I'm surprised Samori didn't finish that through contact there. He's very good at those post moves and finishing through those.
It is sliver of an opening on the left, but instead opted to go right. Josh Lowe will check in, presumably to replace Blevins, as the first free throw is nothing but string music for Gay. Lowe, the freshman, 2 points and a block in 6 minutes. Lowe does have 2 fouls as well. 2 of 2 at the line is Gay. And we're back to a 7-point game here at the Fred DeLay Gym. Michael Chapman and Logan Whaley bringing you the action here on E+ TV6, along with our amazing crew, Paul Scholze, Steve Beverly, and our cameraman, Miles Randall. Inside to Montgomery, doubled. Sudeckham got a case of happy feet there and traveled.
Started running before he had the ball, and they're going to call that every single time.
Looked like Roadrunner there.
Yep.
Got the feet going before dribbling, and yeah, you're right. They are going to call that every time. So here's Union with a chance to cut this lead down to 5 or perhaps 4. Stovall with it. Butler posting up, tough shot, able to get it to drop. And Bryson Butler with a hot start here in the second half, give him 9.
Bryson Butler makes a living off of those tough shots. He reminds me of Jimmy Butler, and he's more likely to hit the shot if you contest him. And
almost a moving screen by Lowe, opening up the shot for Jones, and he drains the 3. And that's our first NBA comparison of the broadcast, as we've compared Bryson Butler to Jimmy Butler. Gay can't finish, gets his own rebound, and he'll go to the line to shoot 2 more. So Maury Gay really with active hands around the glass start this second half.
Yeah, good heads-up play there. Got blocked on the first attempt, but I just got back up and went to work again, and he's going to get rewarded with the 2 free throws here.
Now, an interesting stat here I have for Bryson Butler, and this is from our good friend Ted Cluck. Butler is related to former NBA star Quentin Richardson.
Yeah.
And so pretty good to have a guy like—
they're brothers, actually.
I believe so. That's what we've been told. And so both guys from Chicago. Richardson, a great NBA career, really put up his best numbers with the Clippers. So pretty good to have that name in your family.
Yeah.
46-39 the score, Lee on top. Approaching our first media timeout of the second half. McGurk tried to find Jason Landman, who is making his first appearance of the game, but couldn't find him, and it's a turnover for the Flames.
Yeah. And back when Jimmy Butler played for the Bulls, Bryson would actually tell people that he was Jimmy Butler's brother, and they would give him free stuff sometimes.
That's awesome.
It's a story he told me on the podcast a couple of weeks ago.
That's awesome. And Michael, the co-host, Layup Lines podcast on Cardinal and Cream, Union's newspaper, and a nice move by Samori Gay yet again. Give him 13. 46-41 the score. Jones, why not? Heat check 3, no good. It will go out of bounds. Possession to the Bulldogs. And we'll have our first media timeout. 5-point lead for the Flames. Union hanging in there. We'll see what the look is out of the timeout for the Bulldogs. It's a 5-point game. Stay tuned here on E+ TV 6.
If you watch Steve Beverly's TV classics, you may get a snack.
What do you say we toast some marshmallows, huh?
It's with your host,
Big Steve.
Some people watch even if they don't like the host.
Big Steve notwithstanding.
What do smart viewers think?
Oh, Mr. B, you're just a doozy.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics, Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10 on TV 6.
Back here at E+ TV 6, Logan Whaley and Michael Chapman with you. And Michael, what are you doing Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10?
Oh, I'm watching Steve Beverly's TV Classics, Logan.
That is a perfect way to spend your evening and, take it from Union Professor David Burke, a nice, fun, entertaining evening for all involved.
Absolutely.
So
all the old classics.
We've got a couple of classic games here on E+ TV 6 between Lee and the Bulldogs. Lady Flames knocking off the #1 ranked Lady Bulldogs 56-51 in a, honestly, it wasn't the prettiest of games, but at the same time, it was a very solid defensive effort from both teams, and you got to love to see that if you're a basketball fan.
Yeah.
Union clawing back in this one. They lead the second half 12-8, looking to tie the official game score 46-41. Is the score. Lee with the advantage. It will be Union ball with a chance to cut it to a one-possession game. Last time Union held the lead, it was 4-2. Since then, it's pretty much been all Lee. 1 point led by as many as 12. Again, broadcast major, can't really do math.
And Union has showed a lot of fight and a lot of grit in this second half.
Stovall, nothing but the bottom of the net. And Union has cut it to a 2-point game.
That's what I love about Peyton Stovall. Right when you need a bucket. It seems like he's always there, and he's always going to make the shot when you need him to.
His first three of the evening, his first points of the evening, and that is a travel, and Union all of a sudden with a chance to tie or perhaps take the lead. Just when you think the Bulldogs are down and out, they claw their way back into the game. So here we go. Butler, left side, and that's going to be a foul on Landman. Landman's wondering what he did. Well, he didn't say stay set on the screen. It's going to be an illegal screen approximately 11 times out of 10. Again, broadcast major, math, whatever. I don't even know if that's possible, but too much?
Too much, Logan.
Okay, sorry. 20 seconds on the shot clock. Union will have it. Chance to tie or take the lead. Inside Gay. Gay's been hot in the second half. Oh, had a shot there. Instead, pass it up. Hawkins, right side, short. I thought it was going in from here.
That was right on line, but just a tiny bit short from J.C. Hawkins.
J.C. Hawkins, opportunity to give the Bulldogs a lead, but unable to connect. Hawkins on Kennedy. Working it around the perimeter. Right corner three by McGurk. No good. Landman securing the offensive rebound. And a nice fadeaway jumper there from Landman.
And I thought Landman hooked Samori Gay on that rebound, but the referees didn't call it. And wow,
turnover
run all of a sudden.
Quick. And just when we thought Union with a chance to perhaps tie or take the lead, just like that, it's a 6-point lead for the Flames. Now here's Union. Butler, tough shot. Wanted the foul call there, didn't get it. Kennedy, one-on-one. Going to be a foul on Hawkins. That'll be his second. And Quay Kennedy will go to the line to shoot 2. And Kennedy, perfect 10 of 10 on the season.
It's as good as it gets there.
Mass substitution for the Bulldogs coming out. Hawkins, Gay, and Butler coming in. Parks, Hicks Gentry, and Florent. Butler walking off a bit gingerly, limping his way to the bench.
Yeah, there was some contact on that last play with Butler on the jump shot, but I believe it was a clean play.
Montgomery against Florent, and that's a foul on Florent, still moving. And Montgomery will go to the line to shoot 2. Montgomery tonight with 8 points, kind of a quiet 8 points for the Flames' leading scorer. 8 points on 3 of 4 shooting. He's 2 of 2 from the charity stripe. Union is, well, they're scoreless over their last 2 minutes. First free throw is good for Montgomery, a 70% free throw shooter. And make it 4 of 4 tonight for Montgomery. Give him 10. That's now 3 Flames in double figures. Jones, Montgomery with 10. Blevins still looking for his first bucket of the second half, but he's on the bench with foul trouble right now. And this is a chance where Union really needs to capitalize off the fact that he has foul trouble. Florent might have gotten away with an extra step there, but misses the shot. Now here's Lee the other way, excuse me. We've played 7 minutes here at the Fred DeLay Gym in the second half. Jones against Parks. Jones on the drive, dishes it to Montgomery. Loses the handle, out of bounds. It will stay with the Flames with 3 to shoot. If you're a Union, you got to play smart defensively here. You don't want to bail them out.
Yeah, don't commit a foul, whatever you do.
And sideline is where they will inbound it from. From the near baseline. Montgomery, they're going to call him with a travel, and absolutely that's the right call. Good defense there by the Bulldogs that possession. Let's see if they can turn it to offense.
Jones is frustrated about that travel because he hit the 3 after the pass, but it was too late.
Chance of defense from the Lee bench now. Lee looking to get a stop here. Smith from downtown, long. Now here's Lee the other way, kind of a forced shot there from Rand. Landman with it. Jones, top of the key, stop and pop, and nothing but string music. Now Jones feeling it after that 3. Kind of pulled the Michael Jordan, sticking the tongue out toward the Lee bench. Florent loses the handle. Lee has pushed the lead back up to 11. 55-44. Union needing a bucket here. Inside Florent, driving baseline, spins, tough shot, unable to get it to go. But Parks, Ty Parks, poking the ball loose and able to get the layup.
And how often do we see this, Logan? Just when it looks like Union's out of the game, in the second half, Ty Parks makes a play, whether it's an offensive rebound or whether it's a block. Man.
Parks with a bright future for Union. I mean, if you look at this team in the future, and we're going to have a media timeout, I'll go in depth about why I think this team has a lot of potential for the next few seasons after this commercial break. Lee with a 9-point lead over the Bulldogs here at the Fred DeLay Gym.
My name is Ray Wilkins. I'm a 1995 Union grad, and I'm currently at Lebanon Baptist Church in Frisco, Texas, as the senior pastor. Union had a major impact on my life. I was a new convert at the time, and so Union provided me with a Christian environment where I could be discipled, where I could grow and nurture my faith. And then because I was a Christian studies major, the faculty at the time, Dr. George Guthrie, Dr. Paul Jackson, Dr. Kelvin Moore, were critical in teaching me how to understand and how to exegete the scriptures and how to apply it to my life. And that's my Union story.
Back here on E Plus TV 6, I'm Logan Whaley. He's Michael Chapman. And Lee, again, they've extended the lead back up to double digits. But Union, when they need a bucket, they got one from Ty Parks. So what can Union do defensively here? Who do they need a key on to get a stop?
I mean, you've got to stop Cody Jones. The last thing that Union needs to do is give up 3-pointers, and that's what Cody Jones is exceptional at. If they can just keep a body on Cody Jones all the way out a few feet past the 3-point arc, I think they've got a chance to get some stops and get back in it.
The immediate timeout, it'll be Union ball, excuse me, I believe it will be Lee ball. That's my bad. Kentrell Evans has checked in for the Flames. He's out there along with Kennedy, Montgomery, Landman, and Jones. Montgomery with it now. 20 to shoot. Jones thought about it. Now gives it up to Evans. Pick set. Right corner 3, wide open Montgomery. Rims out, tipped around, secured by the Bulldogs.
And the iron was very unkind on that shot, Logan.
That it was. Quote Steve Beverly and Tim Brando on that. On the floor, Butler going up, no good. Out of bounds, and it will go to Lee. Union taking some very, very tough shots.
Yeah, I think Union's trying to draw fouls down low, but, I mean, there's been a couple of open 3-point shooters on the outside. I think it might be time to start kicking out and going for the 3-point shot.
Hicks Gentry checks out, and Gay will check back in. Stovall will also check in, as Butler will check out. Ridgway will check in for the Flames, and heading to the bench will be Jones. Blevins also checking back in for the Flames. I don't know how I missed that. And again, that's probably target number 1 if you're Union. You want to go after him. He has 3 fouls with about 10.5 minutes to play.
And 2 fouls in the last 2 or 3 minutes he's played early in the second half.
But a threat offensively with it. Kennedy thought about it. Will take the 3. No good off back iron. Smooth move there by Kennedy, just unable to get it to fall. Now here's Union the other way.
Hawkins with it. And Evans face guarding Stovall there. Stovall works and gets the ball. Nice defense there by Blevins and the Flames, and Blevins really pleaded his case there, but it was off his hands, and it will be Union ball. Evans will check out, and Sue Deckham will check in.
I don't know what case Blevins was trying to plead there, Logan. That was one of the most obvious out-of-bounds calls I've seen.
Well, it couldn't hurt to try. It worked in the women's game earlier. 3 to shoot. Smith, fadeaway 3, short. And the rebound will go to Blevins. And here come the Flames. And Sudeckham will just back it out. Smart move. They didn't have the numbers. Sudeckham against Stovall. Looked like Montgomery might have gotten away with a travel there. Right corner, Ridgeway, 10 to shoot. Montgomery with it against Gay. That's the matchup they want. Tough drive, and a smooth finish by Ryan Montgomery.
Wow, I don't know how he finished that.
Montgomery with 11. Sorry, 12. But on the other end, a nice finish by Ty Parks. Again, I did kind of tease everyone before the break, and I never really got into what I was going to say, but this Bulldog team has a lot of potential, you know, not only for this year, but for the years to come. They don't have a single senior on this year's team. Everybody should be returning from this year's team. Of course, Union has had a bit of an issue with transfers, and Blevins not even close on that jumper. But you look at it, the junior class, you've got Butler, Gay, Smith, Hicks Gentry, and that's from among this year's team is about it. But all of them have played significant roles. And then you look at the sophomore class, Hawkins, Boykin, and of course,
Stovall somewhere in there.
Stovall's a freshman. He took a red shirt last year at North Alabama. Out of bounds, it will stay with Union. And then, of course, you know, the freshman class, J.C. Clossy. You got Ty Parks. I mean, this team with a lot of potential, and I did miss a sophomore in Tevin Florent, but this is a team with a lot of potential. And
yeah, and add another recruiting class in there, and all of a sudden, and another year of experience for some of these young players, all of a sudden this could be one of the premier teams in the Gulf South a season from now.
Union with one signing early on with the signing of Cooper Meadows, a 6'4 freshman, will add to the guard depth of Union. Looked like a pretty good player on paper. Ridgeway, count it, and the foul. Strong finish from Leander Ridgeway Jr., plus the foul from Samori Gay, and that will be his second, team's fourth. And we'll have immediate timeout after this. It's 59-48, Lee with a chance to tie their largest lead of the game at 12 after this timeout. I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe, West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39. Back here at the Fred DeLay Gym, I'm Logan Whaley. He's Michael Chapman. 7:54 to go in this second half of play, and Union trailing by 11 and could possibly be 12 after this free throw. But Union just looks lost offensively. That's really the best way to put it.
Yeah, they really do. And give credit to Lee, too. They are playing a very, very good defensive game. And like the women did earlier, they're making the easy passes difficult, and that's just going to throw off whatever type of rhythm you're trying to develop offensively.
Union with 10 turnovers. Compare that to Lee's 7. And again, you know, just a lot of deflections from this Lee team. This is a team that a lot of tall players on the team. You've seen Quay Kennedy in a 6'7 guard, Cody Jones at 6'3, Montgomery at 6'6. You've got McGurk at 6'4, Blevins at 6'9. We've seen Landman at 6'8. So this is a tall team, but they're also a team with some good wingspans as well. And so either way, but we'll see
This has been a frustrating game for the Bulldogs. Between Butler. Butler's had a decent outing so far at 10 points, but he is 4 of 14 from the field, so definitely has struggled his way to 10 points for sure. Missed free throw there. Now here comes Union the other way. Chance to cut it to single digits. Parks with it. Fighting for the ball is Butler. He won't get it. Gay will take a three. Why not? Samori Gay from downtown.
And he'll practice that shot a lot in the course of the warm-ups, Logan, but usually doesn't pull it out in the game. It worked there, though.
Only 6 of 22 from the season before that three, and here's a turnover. And again, this has been kind of the theme of the game. Union, when you think they're down and out, they somehow claw their way back to it. We'll see what they do on this possession here. Hawkins with it, top of the key. Bryson Butler with it now. A lot of off-ball movement. Smith driving middle. Nice drive, unable to finish. And the rebound will go to McGurk and the Flames. That was a tough shot, just unable to get it to go.
Man, and that hung up on the rim so long. Ty Parks was there for the rebound, but by the time the rebound actually came down, Parks was back on the ground.
Flames with it now. Jones on the drive. Tough shot, but it's going to be a foul. We'll see who they call it on. It'll either be Gay or Butler, and they're going to get it on Butler. That will be his second, team's 5th. And the Flames go back to the charity stripe where they are 7 of 10, including 2 of 4 this half. Now Florent will check in for the Bulldogs after this first free throw, which is good.
Florent has struggled a little bit in this game. Anytime they've fed him in the post, Lee has either brought a double team or just been very, very physical, and he struggled to get a good look off in this game.
Florent 0 of 3 from the field. He's only played 5 minutes in this game. He has 3 fouls, a rebound, and an assist. As for Jones, his 11th and 12th free throw attempt on the season, he's 2 of 2, make him 10 of 12 on the season. Back to a 10-point lead for the Flames. Inside Florent against Montgomery. And almost a travel there, able to pass it before he did. Straightaway three for Smith, short. Rebound fought for, awarded by Gay, and Gay powers his way to the rim. Samori Gay with a fantastic performance tonight.
Well, and he kept that possession alive originally by not traveling the ball and found Taranda Smith for the three-point shot, but yeah, that was just a terrific rebound, just fought hard, and Samori Gay got rewarded with the layup there.
18 points for Gay. That is 3 shy of a season high for him. He had 21 points against Southern Arkansas, and there's an illegal screen called, and it will be Union basketball. That's going to be on Montgomery, and that'll be his second. Team 6th, one more will put the Bulldogs in the bonus. You got to think that the game plan has got to be to go after Blevins, who has 3 fouls.
Absolutely, it does. And Blevins hasn't really been a factor here in the second half because of those 2 early fouls in the half. But
driving inside is Butler. He'll be rewarded with a trip to the foul line. The foul, he'll call it on Montgomery, which will be his 3rd.
But yeah, Blevins hasn't been a factor really in this half, but absolutely he could get on a roll at any given moment, and anytime he's in the game you have to key in on him.
15 points for Blevins, all in the first half. Butler to shoot 2. He is 2 of 3 from the line this evening. His 4th and 5th attempts, hits the first. Around the Gulf South Conference, Valdosta State with a huge game against West Florida, the top 2 teams in the conference last year. No good there from Butler. Valdosta State led at the half 39-27. And supposedly that is still the score. Interesting how that works out. First half ended about when our first half ended.
Yeah, the Gulf South isn't necessarily the best about keeping the scores updated live.
I'm refreshing the page, but nothing is happening for me. It's always fun. But the other game in the Gulf South Conference, Auburn Montgomery facing Montevallo. Auburn Montgomery with a 60-53 lead over Montevallo. That would be a bit of an upset.
That would be a huge upset.
Auburn Montgomery 0-4 in conference play, 4-8 on the season. Montevallo 2-2 in conference play, 6-8 on the season. A tough finish.
Yeah. Auburn Montgomery handed Union their only comfortable win so far in conference play, and then obviously the other 1-point victory earlier in the year.
Union an up and down team this year. Parks, tough spin, unable to get it to go, but he'll go to the line to shoot 2. If you look at the season so far, opened up with 4 straight wins over Spring Hill, Lemoyne-Owen, Cumberland, and Trevecca, but then 3 straight losses. McKendree on a half-court buzzer beater. McKendree took that one 80-78. Southern Arkansas handed Union their first and only home loss on the season. 83-74 was the score there. And then at Valdosta State, Union really competed with, at the time, what was the number 6 team in the country.
I think that's the best game Union's played so far this year, even though it was a loss.
But the final there, 91-80. And then a tough win at West Florida, 63-62. That is Union's only road win on the season. They're 1-4 otherwise. And then 2 wins over Williams Baptist and Auburn Montgomery. And then here we are now. And Florent, nice rebound there, 8-point game, 63-55. Smith got it to go. Nice spin, nice finish. But then Union's last 2 games, as I've mentioned, at Delta State, again, tough loss there. And Delta always a tough place to play. A nice backdoor cut there by McGurk, able to get the 2 to go. And then again, last game at Lemoyne-Owen, 80-73 was the final there. So Union up and down to start the season. And again, defensively, as has been the case the past few seasons, just not. And they'll call jump ball. Possession will stay with the Bulldogs. But again, Union 7-5, 2-2 in Gulf South Conference play. That puts them at a tie for 8th with Alabama, Huntsville, and Montevallo.
Right there in the middle of the conference. And this conference is still wide open at this point. Valdosta State with the 2 losses recently, and no one else necessarily looks like an unbeatable team so far. Lee's in first in the conference, but they have 5 non-conference losses.
Samori Gay, another 3 for the big man. He ties a career high with 21 points. Now Butler got a hand on the ball, and they will say it was off Butler last. We'll stay with Lee. 5-point game. Union still in it. Again, scores around the Gulf South for the women. Montevallo beating Auburn Montgomery by 3, 49-46. Valdosta State with a 10-point victory over West Florida, 68-58. If you missed the broadcast earlier, Union, the number 1 team in Division II, knocked off by Lee 56-51. That was the first game of our doubleheader here today. No good on the drive. Now here's Union the other way. Chance to make it a 1-possession game. Would you believe it? Samori Gay, heat check, no good. Smith saved it. Oh my goodness, good hustle.
What a play by Taranda Smith.
And the 3 is good. See what good hustle plays get you.
Wow. This team has showed a whole lot of fight here in this second half.
2-point game. The final media timeout of the second half. And the tides have turned. We'll see if Union can complete the comeback here on E+ TV6.
Propane, 95% generated in the U.S., is a gas that works anywhere. Central tanks for fleets, vehicles. Portable tanks for forklifts, lawnmowers, the fuel you can take anywhere. Even backup generation runs off propane. Household appliances, outdoor features. To find out more about affordable, clean, versatile propane, contact JEA's ProGas, 422-7500, the alternative fuel that makes sense. Propane, part of JEA today.
Well, Union has clawed their way back into this game. A 2-point game after back-to-back 3s by Samori Gay and Ty Parks, who has 11 for the Bulldogs. And Michael, the hustle plays, basketball will reward you if you make the good hustle plays.
Absolutely, and that was one of the best hustle plays I've seen all season out of this Bulldogs team. The ball was going out of bounds. I thought for sure it was going to be Lee ball after the missed shot, but Tarandis Smith just, threw his body out of bounds and was able to get the ball and just toss it up, get it to Tevin Florent, who got it to Ty Parks, and it's a 2-point game now.
A 9-2 run for the Bulldogs. Lee has been held scoreless over the past minute and a half. And again, if Union could get a stop here, this is pretty much a brand new ball game now. Lee has to focus on the offensive side, and if you are Lee offensively, where do you go?
I go to my best player scoring-wise, and I go to Ryan Montgomery. He's been a little bit quiet in this game so far, but I think if they can get him the ball and get him going, that will help them a lot down the stretch.
And Butler forces the turnover, and you can see from the reaction on everyone on the court, Butler included, that these Bulldog players are re-energized.
Absolutely.
Now with a turnover, a chance to tie or perhaps take the lead. We'll see what happens. Good game here on E+ TV6. Inside, tipped, and it will go to the Flames. And just as quickly as the momentum shifted in the Bulldogs' favor, goes back the other way to Lee.
Yeah, that was just a bad pass, inaccurate with the ball, and Samori Gay wasn't able to get to it. And
that's honestly the right move going to Gay. He has 21 points. He's
absolutely
red hot from the field.
Pass was just not there.
Sudeckham with it. Now here's Jones. Union needing another stop. Stop and pop. No good, rims out. Here comes Union in transition. Here comes Butler. Butler driving right. Now Smith. Pull up Jay. Short. Out of bounds, and it will go to Lee. Back-to-back possessions where the Bulldogs have had a chance to tie it for the first time since it was 0-0, but just unable to do it. Under 3 to play. Here come the Flames on the other end. Turnover, Union ball.
Wow.
Some miscommunication here between Lee players, and you tell by the body language that, again, the tide has turned, and here come the Bulldogs the other way. Lee unaware of it. Butler going up, and it's a tie game.
The fight that Bryson Butler has shown in the second half, whether it's forcing a turnover or just forcing his way to the rim and getting a bucket, has been very, very impressive.
Lee has been caught off guard there. Butler showing a lot of emotion, and when you need a basket, who else but Ryan Montgomery? Give him 14 points for the Flames. Now Union the other way. Inside to Gay. Knocked loose. No call. Coach Niven desperately wants a foul. Unable to get it.
Coach Niven is fuming right now. It looked to me like the defender just had his hand all the way up in Samori Gay's chest, and I thought that should have been a foul as well.
And on the other end, they'll call a foul on Smith. That'll be his second. And they'll call a technical foul on Bryson Butler.
My goodness. You have to keep your composure in these situations.
And Coach Niven sticking up for his guys as he should. And fans are not happy here. Players are not happy, but if you're Union, still only a 2-point game. You got to keep your composure. And Coach Niven wanting an explanation.
And Niven's going to have to keep his composure here too. He could get teed up as well.
So technical on Butler. Now only his second foul. Both teams in the bonus, but we'll go ahead and take a quick commercial break. Under 2 minutes to go. Lee will have technical free throws. Bulldogs desperately needing a stop. We'll see what happens with you on E+ TV6.
Gig, 1,000 megabit speed, now available to any E+ broadband internet customer. This gig enhanced infrastructure has the capacity to increase speeds in the future. E+ broadband, what many interpreted as JA's entrance into cable television, was actually the foundation of an unparalleled communications infrastructure. Looking out for Jackson's economic and lifestyle future is all a part of JEA today.
Coach Niven still talking with the officials here. Things have gotten chippy at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. Under 2 to play.
Yeah, I think Bryson Butler was still upset about the foul that wasn't called on the other end. against Samori Gay, and I don't know what the exchange was with the referee, but that's when they called the technical foul.
And Butler, again, his back was turned to the officials. That's all we do know, and something was said. We do know Butler has been animated all night. Jones with the free throw, and he'll have one more. So again, NCAA with new rules regarding, Class A technical fouls, Class B technical fouls. This is a technical foul that will give Lee 2 free throws plus possession.
And I believe they'll have more free throws coming up from the personal foul earlier.
I think, those were the technical free throws. Now they'll shoot the one and the bonus.
Yeah.
It might have been a 2-shot foul, I'm not sure. But typically they shoot the 2-shot foul first, followed by the technical. But either way, again, this is a 4-point swing here we're looking at. McGurk at the line. First free throw attempts, missing the first. It was a shooting foul. McGurk leading among the leaders on this team in free throws, shooting 77% from the charity stripe. And after the 4 free throws, it's a 5-point game, under 2 minutes to play. We'll see how Union responds. Chance of defense on the Lee side of things. Gay with it, guarded by Blevins. Blevins with 3 fouls. Montgomery with 4. Parks on the drive. Double teamed. Gay, perfect from 3, missing. And now the Flames going the other way. And Butler, reaching around there, could have been called a foul, but
it absolutely could have been.
They don't need to foul. Union can get a stop here. Only a 2-possession game. Tipped by Florent, but Blevins with it. Shovel pass, it's a turnover. Colton Blevins has been off his game in the second half.
And that's the 3rd turnover by Lee in the last 3 or 4 minutes, and all of them have just been off of bad passes.
And Hawkins, interesting substitution here as Hawkins will check in for Florent. Going to be a timeout, and we'll keep it right here. Over a minute to play, 5-point game. Union desperately needing a bucket, but Michael, you don't have to go for the 3 ball here.
Yeah, you don't have to. I think that is why J.C. Hawkins is checking in, though. A very, very good 3-point shooter. But absolutely, a minute and 5 seconds left. If you can get even a 2-pointer within 15 seconds or so, you've got a chance to get another stop and go for the 3 on the next possession. But you just take whatever is the best shot here.
A great night of basketball at Union University. 2 close games between 2 rivals in Lee and Union, a rivalry that goes all the way back to the NAIA days. Lee knocking off the #1 ranked Lady Bulldogs 56-51 earlier tonight. Union trailing by 5 here in the men's game, 70-65. We got a minute and 5 seconds left to play. The 5 on the court for the Bulldogs. You've got Hawkins, Gay, Butler, Smith. And inbounding the ball, you have Ty Parks. For the Flames, you've got McGurk, Sudeckham, Blevins, Montgomery, and Jones, the veteran lineup with a lot of experience for the Flames. Butler on the drive, and the Bulldogs desperately needed that. A 1-possession game, 55 seconds. Every made basket, the clock will stop. Bulldogs need a stop. 1-possession game. Inside, Montgomery. Tipped. Montgomery will secure it. 3 by McGurk. Short. Here comes Union the other way.
With a chance to tie, Logan.
Chance to tie, but you don't necessarily need a 3. Timeout with 30.5 to go. You can get a quick 2 and then start fouling. We'll keep it right here. 30-second timeout for the Bulldogs. Michael, what do you do on this offensive possession?
You know, Logan, I've never been a fan of going for the 2-pointer in this type of situation where you're down by 3 late in the game. I think you shoot a 3. I don't know. I think you work the ball through Bryson Butler and let him kick out to whoever's open, whether that's Tarandis Smith or whether that's J.C. Hawkins or Peyton Stovall. I think you have to – one of those 3 guys has to shoot this shot, though.
Yeah, Stovall not in the game, so we'll see the lineup here. Parks, it looks like the same 5 of Hawkins, Butler, Gay, Smith, and Parks. The 5 for the Bulldogs. Union 6 of 18 from 3, 4 of 11 in the second half. Parks is 2 of 2 from downtown. Gay 2 of 4. Smith 1 of 6. And Stovall 1 of 2. Hawkins and Butler 0 of 1 each. So here we go. We'll see
what Coach Niven drew up here in this timeout. It's the final countdown here at Union University. Lee up by 3. 30 seconds to play. Inbounded to Parks. Guarded by McGurk. Sizing up. Inside, Gay wants it. Gay will take it against Blevins. Going up strong. Can't finish. Rebound by Smith. Kicks it out to Hawkins. Hawkins on the drive. Kicks it to Parks. Parks fakes. Goes up. No call. Can't finish. And it's Blevins securing the rebound for Lee. No one fouling yet. 7 to shoot. And they'll call the foul on Samori Gay. Union with 3 chances there, but unable to capitalize.
Yeah, Logan, that's why I don't like the idea of going for a 2-point bucket, because you think they're going to give it to you, but all 3 of those attempts were very, very contested, and that's why they didn't make them.
And they tried to draw contact there, but referees typically in late game situations, they don't like to make those calls.
Absolutely. And Bryson Butler took the timeout for Union there.
And it'll have to be a full, but we'll keep it here. Yeah, but that was their last timeout. It is a 1-and-1 situation, so on a miss, hypothetically, Union not out of it quite yet, but off a miss. And again, Peyton Stovall checking in, a 3-point threat for the Bulldogs. But you've got to hope for a miss if you're Union.
Absolutely. I mean, that's their only chance at this point, is for the Flames to miss this first free throw and then get a rebound. That was Union's last time out, though, so they're going to have a desperate situation where they get the board and try to force it up court and get it to one of their 3-point shooters' hands.
Stovall checked in. We'll see for who. I believe he checked in for Parks. Parks could be the guy that gets the rebound there at the end, though, so I'm kind of curious to see who Coach Niven rolls with here. This game not necessarily over.
It looks like Parks is still in the game from my perspective, Logan. I could see Parks getting the rebound, and then he's also been hot from 3 today, 2 for 2, and you figure he was due a game like this with how poorly he had shot this season going into this game.
And you don't want a Weber situation here. Union out of timeouts. They trail by 3, 6 seconds to go. If you get a rebound, you got to go. So here we go. The 1-and-1. The rule that only still applies in men's college basketball. But either way,
Union's happy about it in this situation,
yeah,
Logan.
Absolutely. It's the one thing about it, it does create excitement in moments like this. So the 5 out there, it's Butler, Stovall, Parks, Smith, and Gay. It'll be Parker Sudeckham to shoot 1 and the bonus. Sudeckham only 5 of 7 from the charity stripe on the season. Lee not sending anybody to rebound, just wanting the transition defense. Sudeckham. Bulldogs needing a miss. Hits the first.
And that might do it for this game, Logan.
Clutch free throw there by Parker Sudeckham, the seasoned junior out of Brentwood, Tennessee. Missing. Parks with a rebound. Union across the timeline with Butler. 2 to shoot. Pulling up for 3. Try to get the foul, but it's no good. And the Flames sweep the Bulldogs in Gulf South Conference action here at the Fred DeLay Gym. Final score, Lee 71 and the Bulldogs 67. But give credit to Union, Michael. They fought and fought and fought. They trailed by as many as 12 on multiple occasions in this game, but they still found a way to cut it to 2. But ultimately it was Lee, the seasoned team, improving to 5-0 in Gulf South Conference play.
Yeah, it's just a matter of inexperience for Union, Logan. They can't be getting into these holes against good Gulf South Conference opponents like Lee, who are veteran and who can put a game away when it matters like this.
So Union will fall to 7-6 on the season, 2-3 in Gulf South Conference play. That will put them, if the score holds, it would put them behind Montevallo, who currently leads Auburn Montgomery. So overall, a solid performance, not a great performance from the Bulldogs, but looking ahead at the stats, Lee shooting 49% from the field, 33% from 3, 13 of 18 from the foul line. Union only 40% from the field, 32% from 3, 73% from the foul line. And we will go ahead and just run down all the stats for you. 21 points for Samori Gay, 4 in double figures for the Bulldogs. And for Lee, 17 for Cody Jones, 4 in double figures for Lee. But we'll break down the final stats for you after this commercial break.
When I first came to Union, it was already like March or April of my senior year, and I hadn't decided where I wanted to go. I was looking at big Christian schools, small Christian schools, even state schools. I didn't want a Christian school that would just hide me away from the world and like just teach me to live within a Christian environment. It hasn't shielded me from secular beliefs or opinions or ideas, but it's taught me how to think about it through Christian lenses. There's so many things I love about Union. One of them is definitely the professors. They have all taken such a personal interest in my growth, and they have all been very, very dedicated to helping me grow, both as a Christian and as a student. If I had to sum it up in one word, I would definitely say opportunity. It's given me so many chances to be a leader in different clubs and organizations. It's given me the chance to expand professionally, to build my portfolio. It's given me a chance to pursue my own interests and passions, and it's just been an extremely encouraging and empowering environment.
Well, 2 games and 2 heartbreaking losses for Union here tonight at the Fred DeLay Gym. Did not defend the home court against Lee. Lee on the women's side knocking off Union 56-51, and Lee men knocking off Union 71-67. But ultimately on the men's side, that was a hard-fought game by both teams. Lee able to pull out the victory, though.
Yeah, absolutely, Logan. And when I look down on the stat sheet, the thing that stands out to me most is right at the bottom here. Technical fouls, Bryson Butler, the technical with 1 minute and 50 seconds left. And if you look back on that game, they were down by 2 for a good little bit there. And those 2 free throws off of the technical foul were ultimately the difference.
It was a 4-point swing when you look at it. You had the technical free throws and then the 2-shot foul as well. It really, heading into the media timeout, you could tell that the momentum had swung in favor of Lee. But again, credit Union, did not give up. And you look at the final stats here, Sabori Gay ties his season high with 21 points. He was 7 of 12 from the field, 2 of 4 from downtown. Bryson Butler with 15, 6 of 17 from the field. 11 points each for Taranda Smith and Ty Parks. And then for Lee, Blevins with 15 points. All of them scored in the first half, got in foul trouble in the second half, and just ultimately couldn't find his groove again. 14 points for Ryan Montgomery, 12 for Michael McGurk, but 17 points from Cody Jones. Almost a quiet 17, but he had a couple of clutch shots there toward the end.
Yeah, absolutely, and 3 for 5 from the three-point line. And again, every possession counted in this game as close as it was.
And you look at the rebounding totals, too. Union won the rebounding battle 41-29. They had 16 offensive rebounds, but only capitalized for 14 second chance points, and that's a number you got to want to see improve. But defensively, I think, is the big thing for the Bulldogs. Lee with 12 turnovers, but they shot 50% from the field, and if you're Coach Niven, you got to see that number drop. Although the second half, a little bit better than the first, they still shot 48% compared to 52 in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, when you give up a 50% shooting from the floor to a veteran team like Lee is, it's usually going to result in a loss, whether you're at home or on the road.
So Lee improves to 8-5, 5-0 in the Gulf South Conference. Their next battle will be at Christian Brothers in Memphis Saturday afternoon. Should be a good game in Memphis. Christian Brothers, one of the seasoned teams in the Gulf South Conference, hasn't really had the results that they've wanted, but still a good team nonetheless. For Union, they dropped to 7-6, 2-3 in the Gulf South Conference. They will host Alabama Huntsville in their next game Saturday, and we'll have that game for you live here on E+ TV 6. The women's game will tip off at 2, and the men's game will tip off at 4 o'clock. And that'll do it for us here at the desk. He's Michael Chapman. I'm Logan Whaley. And for all of us here at Worthy Road Studios, Paul Scholze, Steve Beverly, Miles Randall, we want to wish all of you a very happy new year. Thank you for watching, and God bless.